The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Volume 05 of 10. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Volume 05 of 10. Author: active 1799 to 1828. Henry Cranke. Andrews. Release date: April 8, 2024. Ebook number 73359. Language: English. Original publication: London. The author: 1797. Credits: Chuck Grief and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images available at the Internet Archive. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Vol. 05 of 10. Index to the plants contained in Volume V. Errata. Alphabetical index to the first 2D, 3D, 4th and 5th volume of the Botanist's Repository. PG1 Volume V of the Botanist's Repository, comprising colored engravings of new and rare plants only with botanical descriptions and C in Latin and English, after the Linnean system. By H. Andrews, botanical painter engraver, and CPG2 Plate 6. Protea cordata. Heart-shaped leaved protea. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character: corolla 4 phyta, SCU 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx, proprius, nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the ends. Cup, proper, none. Seeds solitary. See Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character: Protea foliis cordatis. Protea with heart-shaped leaves. Reference to the plate. 1. A floret before the petals have separated, natural size. 2. The same, magnified, after the bursting of the petals. 3. The pointle and seed bud, natural size. The heart-shaped leaved protea was introduced to Britain in the year 1792, from the Cape of Good Hope, by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, at whose nursery it is now, this present month of March, 1803, in flower for the first time in this country. The plant is only found on the mountains of that part of the Cape called Hottentots, Holland, the stem, in its native state, laying on the ground, seldom more than a foot in length, and the flowers proceeding from it near its base. It is rather delicate, should be kept in a very airy part of the greenhouse, and planted in a light loamy soil. It is propagated by cuttings, made in the month of April, and kept under a common hand glass, the pot being plunged in a shady border. Of this protea there is a good figure in Thunberg's Dissertatio de Protea, Uppsal, quarto edition, 1781, Plate 5, Figure 1 pg3 pg4 Plate CCXC. Aponogeton distachyon. Broad-leaved Aponogeton. Class 11. Order 4. Dodecandria tetragynia. 12 chives. 4 pointals. Generic character: Calyx nullus, Nisi squamospathacea externum latus fluorescingens, simplex, sessiles, ovida, obtusa, integra, erecta, glabra, colorata. Corolla nulla. Stamina. Filamenta undecim ad novemdecim, superioribus floribus pauciura, intraspathum et capsulas incerta, subulata, glabra, alba, spathum multotes brevura. Antheri erecti, bifidi. Pistilla. Germina plerum quachu or, raro tria scu quinqua. Styli nulli. Stigmata subulata, incurvata. Pericarpium. Capsuli quachu or, rarius trace scu quinqua, ovati, subulato acuti, exterior lateragibi, interior plani, glabrae, unilocularis. Semina, in quacum capsula tria, basi capsula aphysa, sessilia, obovata, obtusissima, subcompressa, glabra. Impalement none, except a sheathing scale surrounding the outer side of the flower, simple, sitting close, egg-shaped, obtuse, entire, upright, smooth, colored. Blossom none. Chives. Threads 11 to 19, in the upper flowers fewer, inserted between the spathe and the capsules, all shaped, smooth, white, much shorter than the spathe. Tips upright, 2 cleft. Pointils. Seed buds often 4, seldom 3 or 5. Shafts none. Summits all shaped, turned inwards. Seed vessel. Capsules 4, seldom 3 or 5, egg-shaped, pointed, all shaped, unequally swelled on the outside, flat on the inner, smoothed, one-celled. Seeds in each capsule 3, fixed to the base of it, sitting close, inversely egg-shaped, very blunt, rather flattish, smooth. Specific character. Aponogeton spica bifida, folius elliptico-lanceolates, natantibus, bractees integris, floribus polyandrous. Aponogeton with a 2-branched spike, leaves elliptically lance-shaped, floating, floral leaves entire, flowers with many chives. Reference to the plate. 1. A florid, with its floral leaf, magnified. 2. The seed buds and summits, magnified. This genus of plants in the catalogue of the Kew Garden, is placed to the class Heptandria, and perhaps, with as much propriety as where it now stands in Thunberg, Schreiber, and C. For the number of chives in almost every floret differs in this, and all the other species, from 6 to 20. It is there said to have been introduced to us in 1788 from the Cape of Good Hope by Mr. F. Masson. It is found near Cape Town in most of the brooks, is very sweet-scented, and flowers from April till November. As an aquatic it is very desirable for those who cultivate those plants, the fragrance of the flowers being nearly equal to our Nymphea alba, or white water lily, and this, added to the contrasted effect of the deep brown antheri upon the pure white floral leaves, which indeed have the appearance of blossoms, give the whole an indescribable trait of beauty, peculiar to itself. Our figure was taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection PG5 PG6 plate Xi. Senecio pseudo-China. China root groundsel. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointils. Generic character. Calyx. Communis colliculatus, conicus, truncatus, squames subulates, plurimes, in cylindrum supercontractum, parallelis, contiguis, equalibus, posse oribus basin imbricatum te jantibus, apicibus emertuis. Corolla. Composita, Calice altier, Corolliulae hermaphroditi tubulasi, numeraci in disco, feminia ligulati in radio, siqui adsint. Propria hermaphroditi infundibuliformis, limbo reflexo, quinquifido. Femines, siqui, oblonga, obsolete tridentata. Stamina. Hermaphroditus, filamenta quinqua, capillaria, minima. Anthera cylindracea, tubulosa. Pistillum utriusque, germen ovidum. Stylus filiformis, longitudine stamenum. Stigmata duo, oblongata, revoluta. Pericarpium nullum. Calyx conico connivens. Semina hermaphroditus solitaria, ovida. Puppus crinitus, longus. Feminae semilema hermaphroditus. Receptaculum nudum, planum. Impalement. Common, double, conical, appearing cut off, scales all-shaped, numerous, contracted above into a cylinder, parallel, contiguous, equal, the base tiled by a few scales, dead at the ends. Blossom. Compound, taller than the cup, hermaphrodite florets tubular, numerous in the disc, female florets, if there are any, tongue-shaped in the circumference. Hermaphrodite florets funnel-shaped, border reflexed, 5-cleft. Female florets, if any, oblong, obscurely 3-toothed. Chives. Of the hermaphrodite florets, 5 threads, hair-like, very small. Tips forming a tubular cylinder. Pointal in either, seed bud egg-shaped. Shaft thread-shaped, the length of the chives. Summits 2, oblong, rolled back. Seed vessel none. Impalement closing into a cone. Seeds of hermaphrodite florets solitary, egg-shaped. Feather hairy, long. Females like the hermaphrodites. Receptacle naked, flat. Specific character. Senecio sinuates, integris, discoloribus, corales purpurace, radis tuberosa. Groundsel with obtusely indented leaves entire and two-colored, blossoms purple, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. A female floret, of the ray or circumference. 3. A pointal of the female floret magnified. 4. An hermaphrodite floret of the disc or center. 5. The chives and pointal of an hermaphrodite floret, magnified. The roots of this plant were received at the same time with the double camellias, China roses, and C. from China, by the late J. Slater, Esq. of Leytonstone, Essex. We have, nevertheless, good reason to believe it was known formerly in our gardens, but has been certainly lost, for many years, to us. It is said to have been cultivated by James Sherard, M.D. in 1732, as copied from Delinensis Hortus Elthamensis, into the Kew Catalogue. Miller speaks of it as flowering freely, and perfecting its seeds, whereas, in the Hort Kew, they omit its time of flowering, which, had it ever flowered there, would certainly have been noted. Our drawing was taken in the month of July last year, 1802, from a plant in the Hibertian collection, the first and only time we have ever seen it flower in England. It is propagated by the roots, which are large and fleshy. The plant is herbaceous, and should have but little water during the winter months, as the roots are very subject to rot. They are imported from India as a drug, under the name of China root. Must be kept in the hothouse, and planted in rich earth pg 7 pg 8 Plateski. Geranium undulatum. Waved flowered geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius lanceolates ciliatis, subintegris, petalis subequalibus, sublinearibus, undulates, floribus umbulatis, pentandrus, radis tuberosa. Geranium with lance-shaped flowers, fringed nearly entire, petals almost equal, nearly linear, waved, flowers grow in umbels, 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement cut open, to shew its tubular structure. 2. The chives and pointle, natural size. 3. The chives, magnified and cut open. 4. The pointle and seed bud, magnified. This tuberous-rooted geranium, from the Cape of Good Hope, has some affinity with the G. spathulatum, as to the shape of the leaves, but the whole habit of the plant is so totally different, that we could not, with any degree of propriety, consider it as a variety of that species. Our figure was taken from a plant in the Hibbertian collection, to which it was introduced in the year 1800, by Mr. Niven. It flowers in June, and may be propagated by the root. The treatment is the same as that required for the rest, of this division, of the genus PG9 PG10 plate skein. Lachnea purpurea. Purple-flowered Lachnea. Class 8. Order Ioctandria monogenea. 8 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx nullus. Corolla quadrifida, limbo inequale. Semen unum, subbacatum. Cup none. Blossom 4 cleft, border unequal. 1 seed, like a berry. See Lachnea iridocephala, PL Civ Volume 2. Specific character. Lachnea capitula solitaris, Coryllis glabras, purpurae, folias trigonus, obtusis, quadriferidam imbricatus. Lachnea with solitary heads of flowers, blossoms smooth, purple, leaves 3-sided, obtuse, tiled in 4 rows. Reference to the plate. 1. One of the floral leaves, which surround the head of flowers at the base. 2. A flower complete. 3. A blossom cut open, the lower part cut off, to shew the insertion of the chives at the mouth. 4. The pointle, natural size. 5. The same magnified. This most singular genus of plants, in external appearance so resembling Passerina, yet so perfectly distinct in the parts of fructification, is certainly amongst the handsomest of the natural order in which it ranks. The long slender chives which extend nearly to the length of the border of the blossom, independent of the singular retrofraction of one of its segments, give it a character, we think, decidedly sufficient on which to have formed the genus. This is the 3rd species known. It was introduced to the Hibbertian collection, in 1800, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape of Good Hope. It is a very delicate plant, subject to be destroyed by damps, flowers in July, and may be increased by cuttings. It thrives best in a mixture of light sand and loam. Thunberg, in his Prod. Plant. Cap has referred the whole genus to Passerina pg11 pg12 plate xiv. Protea candicans. Hoary-leaved Protea. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla 4 fida, SCU 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infra apicem. Calyx proprius, nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft, or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the point. Cup, proper, none. Seeds solitary. See Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character. Protea folius apicibus tridentatus, elliptico-lanceolates, obliquus, candidissimes, capitulas terminalibus, calyx imbricatus, squames acutus, coryllis luteus. Protea with leaves 3-toothed at the ends, elliptically lance-shaped, oblique and very hoary, heads of flowers terminal, cup-tiled, scales pointed, blossoms yellow. Reference to the plate. 1. A floret, the petals separated, natural size. 2. One of the petals magnified. 3. The pointal, and seed bud, natural size, the summit detached, magnified. 4. The impalement, natural size. Our present plant is one of the rarest proteas at this time in England, as, we believe, there has never been but one importation of the seeds from the Cape, and no one species of this numerous genus is with more difficulty propagated by cuttings. Its lower leaves are apt to suffer much from damps in winter. In consequence, the stem becomes bare till near the top. The plant grows about 3 feet high, and flowers in August, or September. Our figure was taken from the Hibertian collection, where it flowered, in 1802, for the first time in Britain. We owe its introduction to Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, Hammersmith, about the year 1790. We have our doubts of this plant being the P. tomentosa of Thunberg, for although he, in his description of that species, comes nigh many of the characters of P. candicans, yet his determining the leaves to be linear and downy and our having drawings, taken from 2 other species, approaching this in habit, yet nigher affine to P. tomentosa, we have retained his specific title for one of them, the other yet unnamed, which will both be given in due course. pg 13 pg 14 plate CCXCV. Passiflora aurantia. Norfolk Island passion flower. Class XX. Order 4. Gynandria pentandria. Chives on the pointal. 5 chives. Essential generic character. Trigena. Calyx 5 phyllis. Petala 5. Nectarium corona. Bacca pedicellata. 3 styles. Cup 5-leaved. Petals 5. Honeycup forming a crown. Berry standing on a footstock. CPLKI. Passiflora mulliformis. Volume 4. Specific character. Passiflora foliis trilobes, lobes oblonges obtusis, mediolongor, petioles biglangulosus, nectario cylindratio, denticulato, Corolla aurantia. Passion flower with 3-lobed leaves, lobes oblong, obtuse, the middle one the longest, footstalks with 2 glands, honeycup cylindrical and toothlet, blossom orange colored. Reference to the plate. 1 exhibits the half of a flower as cut perpendicularly through the middle, with the whole of the pointal and chives in their place. This species of passion flower, from Norfolk Island, was introduced to Britain in the year 1792, and was first raised, from seeds, at the Hammersmith nursery. It is a greenhouse plant, loving heat and drought, thrives in a light sandy soil, and is readily increased by cuttings, which should be placed in the heat of the bark bed in the hothouse, or cucumber hotbed, in the month of April. In the young state of the plant, the leaves are less harsh, appear rather scalloped than lobed, and much resemble in shape those of the maidenhair fern, or Adiantum capillus veneris, whence the trivial name, Adiantifolia, which it bears in most collections. But, as there can be no doubt of our present plant being that designed by Forster, in his Prod. Flor. Insul. Austral. Number 326, of Cavanillus in his Dissertationes Classis Monadelphii, Dissertation 10. p. 457, and as lastly quoted by Willdenow, in his new SP plant. Tom. 3, Part 1, p. 620, we have, without hesitation, adopted the specific title it there bears. As an addition to the very few handsome climbing plants fit to decorate the trellis work of our modern greenhouses, or conservatories, This plant must be considered as a great acquisition, as the growth is rapid, the foliage of a fine green, and the flowering abundant. Our figure was taken from a plant in the conservatory of the Hibertian collection, Clapham common pg 15 pg 16 plate xv. Lacanalia rosea. Rose-colored Lacanalia. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 partita, in furrow, petalis tribus interioribus longoribus. Stamina erecta. Capsula subovida, triolata. Semina globosa. Blossom 6 divided, beneath, the 3 inner petals the longest. Chives erect. Capsule nearly egg-shaped, 3-winged. Seeds globular. See Lacanalia pendula, PLXLI. Volume I specific character. Lacanalia folia spinis, lanceolato linearibus, obtusis, petalis interioribus longoribus, scapolae v filiform, corales rosais. Lacanalia with 2 leaves between, lance and linear shaped, obtuse, the inner petals the longest, flower stem smooth and thread shaped, blossoms rose colored. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom cut open, shown from the inside, the chives in their place. 2. The same, shown from the outside. 3. The seed bud and pointal, natural size. This plant we believe to be perfectly new to Britain, and in no other collection, at present, than that of G. Hibbert, Esq. Clapham, where the drawing of our figure was taken in May, 1802, and to which it had been added, the preceding year, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape of Good Hope. It is a tender bulb, and rather impatient of moisture, increases by the bulb, should not be removed from its pot but to give it fresh earth, and is fond of a light, loamy soil. It is without scent pg 17 pg 18 plate xkai. Nymphea odorata. Sweet-scented water lily. Class 13. Order Ipoleandria monogenea. Many chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx 4, 5, SCU 6 phyllis. Corolla polypetala. Bacca multilocularis, truncata. Cup 4, 5 or 6-leaved. Blossom many petals. Berry many xelid, appearing cut off at top. See Nymphea cerulea, PL xkai. Volume 3. Specific character. Nymphea foliae subrotundus, integris emarginates, lobes divaricatus, obtusissimis, margin parum incurvates, calice tetraphilo, flor albo. Water lily with almost round leaves, entire, and notched at the end, lobes straddling, very obtuse, and turned up slightly at the edge, cup 4-leaved, flower white. Reference to the plate. 1. A chive. 2. The seed bud and summits. 3. The seed bud cut transversely. This species of water lily we should consider rather as a variety, than as a distinct species. It has every character of our common white water lily, except the size and hardiness. It has the same powerful fragrance, but will not stand the severity of our winters. It is a native of Carolina and Virginia, North America, was introduced to us in the year 1786, by William Hamilton, Esq. of Philadelphia, and flowers during the summer months, if kept in the hothouse. Requires the same treatment as the blue species from the Cape of Good Hope. May be increased from the seed, or from the root. Our drawing was taken from a plant in the Clapham collection pg 19 pg 20 plate xkai. Anthericum costatum. Ribbed-leaved Anthericum. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx, nullus. Corolla. Petala sex, oblonga, obtusa, patentissima. Stamina. Filamenta sex, subulata, erecta. Antheri parvi, incumbents, quadrisulci. Pistillum. German obsolete trigonum. Styla simplex, longitudine stamenum. Stigma obtusum, trigonum. Pericarpium. Capsula ovata, glabra, trisulca, trilocularis, trivalvus. Semina numerosa, angulata. Impalement. None. Blossom. 6 petals, oblong, blunt, spreading very much. Chives. 6 threads, all shaped, upright. Tips small, laying on the threads, 4 furrowed. Pointal. Seed bud bluntly 3-sided. Shaft simple, the length of the chives. Summit blunt, and 3-cornered. Seed vessel. Capsule egg-shaped, smooth, 3-furrowed, 3-valved. Seeds numerous, ungulated. Specific character. Anthericum folius hirsutis, planes, costatis, lineariensiformibus, supermedium reflexus, scapo simplici, glabro, floribus albis, radis bulboso. Anthericum with hairy, flat, leaves, ribbed, linearly sword-shaped, turned back from the middle, flower stem simple, smooth, flowers white, root bulbous. Reference to the plate. 1. The chives and pointal, magnified. 2. The seed bud, shaft, and summit, magnified. 3. The half of the seed bud cut transversely, magnified. It is much to be lamented that we, as yet, have not discovered a mode of treatment by which many of the species or albuca, ornithogalum, anthericum, and C. from the Cape, might be induced to flower with us, after the first year from their importation, since many of them never produce more than a few leaves afterwards, and this plant, we fear, is amongst the number. It makes a very handsome and sweet bunch of flowers, which have considerable duration, not less than a month from first expansion. We can say little as to the propagation and culture, as it has not as yet increased, nor has it produced any flowers since our drawing was made, in August 1801. We think it is only in the Hibbertian collection, to which it was introduced by Mr. Niven, in 1800, from the Cape of Good Hope pg 21 pg 22 plate 6. Lacanalia reflexa. Reflexed flowered Lacanalia. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives, 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 partita, in furrow, petalis tribus interioribus longoribus. Stamina erecta. Capsula subovata, triolata. Semina globosa. Blossom 6 divided, beneath, the 3 inner petals the longest. Chives erect. Capsule nearly egg-shaped, 3-winged. Seeds globular. See Lacanalia pendula, PLXLI. Volume I. Specific character. Lacanalia folius ovatolanceolates, plurimes, petalis equilibus, acutus, reflexus, rubropunctatus, German pedicillito, subgloboso. Lacanalia with leaves between egg and lance-shaped, numerous, petals equal, pointed, reflexed, and dotted with red spots, seed bud with a footstalk, and roundish. Reference to the plate. 1 of the petals, which are divided to the base, with its chive. 2 the seed bud, shaft, and summit, natural size. 3 the same, magnified. This curious Lacanalia, for such it must be considered, though in many parts widely different from Congeners, is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and was received from thence in the year 1798, by J. Vere, Esq. of Kensington Gore, in whose collection, we believe, it is only to be found, and where our drawing was taken in the month of June 1801. It is a tender bulb, and requires a considerable degree of heat to make it flower, and does not appear to have any tendency to increase, although, Mr. Anderson informs us, he has tried it in various situations and soils to that end. Pg 23 Pg 24 plate CCC. Geranium oxalidifolium. Wood sorrel-leaved geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius ternatis, Folioles ovades, obtuses, ciliatis, Floribus pentandrus, Radis tuberosa. Geranium with leaves composed of 3 leaflets, which are egg-shaped, obtuse, and fringed, flowers with 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement of a flower cut open, to shew its tubular structure. 2. The chives and pointal, natural size. 3. The chives spread open, magnified. 4. The pointal, natural size. 5. The same, magnified. The species of geranium here figured, is of the same character, in all points of view, as most of the tuberous species lately introduced from the Cape by G. Hibbert, Esq. in whose collection, at Clapham, it is only to be found, at present, and where our drawing was taken, in July 1802. Pg 25 Pg 26 plate CCCI. Protea grandiflora. Various folius undulates. Large flowered protea. Waved-leaved various class 4. Order I Tetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 4 phyta, SCU 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft, or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the end. Cup proper, none. Seeds solitary. See Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character. Protea folius lanceolates glaberimis, Eutrincea culminates, marginibus subcalosus, parum undulates, squami calicini lanceolati erecti, interiors pilis longissimis nigris cristatati. Protea with lance-shaped leaves, smooth, tapered to both ends, rather thickened at the edges, and a little waved. The scales of the impalement are lance-shaped and upright, the inner ones crested, with very long black hairs. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower complete, as it stands on the receptacle of the common cup. 2. The same, with one of the petals detached, to shew the situation of the chives near the ends. 3. The pointal, complete. The round tufts of long hair which terminate the inner scales of the cup, in this protea, and its varieties, constitute its principal, distinguishing specific character from P. speciosa, whose scales are fringed at the summits, and to which our present plant is nearest allied. It is, without doubt, one of the handsomest of this fine tribe of plants, not only in the beauty of the blossom, but for its general habit, as it does not grow above 3 feet high, very bushy, and producing its flowers at the age of 3 or 4 years. It is increased by cuttings only, as are most of the species of this extensive genus, none of them perfecting their seeds in this climate, or producing roots by laying the branches. Our drawing was made from a plant in the Hibbertian collection, to which it was introduced in 1800, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape of Good Hope, in the month of May, 1802 pg 27 pg 28 plate Usii. Locanalia fragrans. Sweet-scented Locanalia. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 petala, in furrow, Petalis tribus interioribus longoribus. Stamina erecta. Capsula subovida triolata. Semina globosa. Blossom 6 petals, beneath, the 3 inner petals the longest. Chives erect. Capsule nearly egg-shaped, 3-winged. Seeds globular. Specific character. Locanalia foliis geminis, ovito-oblonges, humi ad presses, corales campanulates pedunculatus horizontalibus, petalis subequalibus, scapo erecto. Locanalia with 1 pair of leaves, oblong egg-shaped, laying on the ground, blossoms bell-shaped with footstalks, growing horizontally, petals nearly equal, flower stem upright. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom with the chives in their place, one of the tips detached and magnified. 2. The seed bud, shaft and summit. 3. The same, magnified. 4. The seed bud, cut transversely, magnified. The extreme fragrance of this plant, amply compensates for its want of beauty. It retains its sweetness through the whole period of its flowering, which is of near a month's continuance. There is a species of this genus, much resembling our plant in flower, but nothing in the leaf. It is known by the name of L. patens, and has been frequently sold for this, but its scent is quite different, and it flowers much earlier, that is to say, in the month of March, but the L. fragrans does not produce its blossoms till May. It is a very hardy greenhouse bulb, and requires no particular management to make it flower. This, however, it does not do, but once in 2 years, not even appearing in foliage, but in the 2nd year from its flowering. Our figure was made at the Hammersmith Nursery, to which it was introduced, from the Cape of Good Hope, in the year 1798 pg 29 pg 30 plate Usii. Geranium barbatum. Bearded leaf geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Chives united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius pinnatis, folioles inequaliter dentatis barbatis, floribus umbellatis, stamenibus quinqua fertilibus, benis longoribus reflexus, scapo polystachio, radis tuberosa. Geranium with winged leaves, leaflets unequally toothed and bearded, flowers grow in umbels, 5 fertile chives, the 2 longest reflexed, flower stem branched, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, natural size, cut open. 2. The chives and pointal, natural size. 3. The chives cut and spread open, magnified. 4. The pointal and seed bud, magnified. The singular bearded termination, on each tooth, of the leaflets of this species of geranium, has induced us to give it a specific title, although, in many other respects, it approaches very near 2 or 3 others, already figured, by us, of this long genus. It is from the same country with the other tuberous species, and introduced to the Hibbertian collection in 1800, where our drawing was made in July 1802 pg 31 pg 32 plate Achieve. Daviaceae ulicifolia. Furs-leaved Daviaceae. Class X order Idocandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, campanulatum quinquedentatum, Lacinius equilibus erectis. Corolla papilionacea, pentapetala. Vexillum cordatum erectum. Ali oblongi, vexilloduplo breviaries. Carina dipetala, Alice Paulo longora. Stamina. Filamenta de cm, distincta, Asurgentia, longitudine carinae. Antheri simplicis minimi. Pistilum. German ovito oblongum. Styla subulatus, magnitudine et situ staminum. Stigma acudum. Pericarpium. Capsula triangularis, compressa, acuta, unilocularis, bivalvus. Semen unum, reniform. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, bell-shaped, 5-toothed, segments equal, upright. Blossom butterfly-shaped, 5-petaled. Standard heart-shaped, upright. Wings oblong, half the length of the standard. Keel 2 petals, a little shorter than the wings. Chives. Threads 10, distinct, turned upwards, the length of the keel. Tip simple, very small. Pointal. Seed bud oblong egg-shaped. Shaft awl-shaped, of the same size and station as the chives. Summit pointed. Seed vessel. Capsule triangular, flat, sharp-pointed, 1 cell, 2 valves. Seed 1, kidney shape. Specific character. Daviaceae foliis lanceolates, rigidis pungentibus, floribus axillaribus spicatis. Daviaceae with lance-shaped leaves, harsh and pricking, flowers grow from the insertion of the leaves in spikes. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement of the flower, natural size. 2. The impalement magnified. 3. The standard, or upper petal of the blossom. 4. One of the wings of the blossom. 5. The 2 petals of the keel. 6. The chives, magnified. 7. The pointal. 8. A ripe seed vessel. This division of the butterfly flowered plants, from New Holland, was among the first genera which were raised from the seeds of that country, in Britain. And though we have possessed the plants so long, and both species, or rather the 2 varieties, perfect their seeds with us, yet are the plants very scarce, few of them are to be met with, and seldom more than a plant, or 2, is to be found in any collection. The Daviaceae grow about 1.5 feet high, and when in flower make a very pretty appearance, as nearly the whole bush is covered with blossoms. They are rather tender, and are impatient of wet, which is, perhaps, the greatest enemy many of the plants from that country have to encounter with us. It flowers about April or May, is increased by seeds, or cuttings, should be kept in a small pot, comparatively with what may be used for the same sized plants, and planted in sandy peat. Our drawing was made from the Hibertian collection, in the month of May 1802 pg 33 pg 34 plate CCCV. Geranium coronillifolium. Coronilla leaf geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius impari pinatis, bijages, Folioles obovades glabras, Floribus umbellatis pentandris, Radis tuberosa. Geranium with leaves that are winged, with an odd 1 and 2 yoked, leaflets inversely egg-shaped, and smooth, flowers grow in umbels, with 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup cut open, to shew its tubular structure. 2. The chives and pointle, natural size. 3. The chives cut and spread open, magnified. 4. The pointle and seed bud, magnified. The drawing of this geranium was taken at Clapham in the month of July, 1802, from a plant in the Hibertian collection, where, we believe, it is only to be met with, and to which it was introduced, in 1801, from the Cape of Good Hope. It has no particular character, in its appearance, from which we might be led to think any other treatment or mode of culture necessary for this plant, different from the rest of its congeners PG35 PG36 plate Ucvi. Elytris fragrans. Sweet-scented elytris. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla infundibuliformis, rugosa. Stamina incerta laciniarum basi. Capsula trilocularis. Blossom funnel-shaped, wrinkled. Chives inserted into the base of the segments. Capsule 3-celled. See Elytris sarmentosa, P.L. Liv. Specific character. Elytris calls sens, Folius lanceolates, laxus, Floribus albicantibus, fragrantissimis. Elytris with a woody stem, leaves lance-shaped, loose, flowers whitish, very sweet-scented. Reference to the plate. 1. A miniature representation of the whole plant. 2. A flower complete, natural size. 3. The blossom cut open, with the chives in their place. 4. The seed bud, shaft and pointle, the summit detached, magnified. The sweet-scented elytris, from the great height it attains before it flowers, which is, from 9 to 12 feet, and nearly 2/3 of the length of the stem, without leaves, takes off much from the merit of this grand plant as cultivated in our colder regions. It is a native of Africa, and must be kept in the hothouse, in the bark bed, to have it blossom. The flowers are extremely fragrant, open in the evening and close again with the first rays of the morning sun. It is propagated either by suckers, which it sometimes produces, or by cutting off small portions from the roots, which will become plants in about 3 months, if placed in the heat of a strong hotbed. These are likewise very sweet-scented, having the flavor of orris root, or violets. Our figure was taken from a plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore, this present month of May, 1803. A schism has arisen on the subject of this genus among modern botanists, from whom we must, however, exclude the celebrated author of Miller's New Gardener's Dictionary, who, in this instance, has preserved the genus entire. 3 genera have, as usual, been made out of one. The Cape species are denominated Velthymias, those known under the names of A. zelanica and A. guineensis, are termed Sansevieras, A. farinosa and A. fragrans being the only remnants of the original genus. Such are the happy effects, of modern scrutiny, upon the works of the antiquated Linnaeus. And such might be the answer of these Illuminati, which poor Gratus, in the farce of Who's the Dupe, gives to his mistress, when questioned upon the utility of his labors. Alas, how else should our merit be discovered, but by elancing from the old track of plain sense and nature pg 37 pg 38 plate Acaii. Protea globosa. Globe-flowered protea. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla 4 phyta, SCU 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft, or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the end. Cup proper, none. Seeds solitary. C. Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character. Protea folius elliptico-lanceolates, apicibus colossus, capitulo globoso, terminally, folioles calicinis ovatis, reflexus, floribus luteus. Protea with elliptically lance-shaped leaves, callus at the ends, head of flowers globular and terminal, leaflets of the cup egg-shaped, turned back, flowers yellow. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower complete, natural size. 2. One of the petals of a blossom, with its chive, magnified. 3. The pointal, and seed bud, natural size. 4. The same, magnified. 5. The common impalement. This species of Protea, though it does not stand among the foremost of its congeners in competition for beauty, yet, has its merits, and those of no small moment, as a hardy greenhouse plant, for it rarely misses flowering, in the month of May, annually, and its blossoms continue in perfection at least 2 months. It is seldom hurt by cold or wet, if not exposed to either in the extreme. Is easily propagated from cuttings, made in the month of May, or June, by the same mode as has been described for the increasing the preceding species of the genus, already figured in this work. We owe the first introduction of this plant to Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, Hammersmith, who raised it from seeds, in the year 1786, received from the Cape of Good Hope. Our figure was made from a plant in the Hibbertian collection PG 39 PG 40 plate Achaeath. Crotolaria vericosa. Blue-flowered Crotolaria. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. Threads in 2 sets. 10 chives. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium tripartidum, magnum, Corolla paulo brevius, Lacinius duobus superioribus lanceolates, vexillo incumbentibus, tertia lanceolata, concava, carinum fulciant, trifitha. Corolla papilionacea. Vexillum cordatum, acudum, magnum, lateribus depressum. Ali ovati, vexillo dimidio breviaries. Carina acuminata, longitudinalarum. Stamina. Filamenta de cm, conata, asurgentia, linea dorsali fissa basic hyanti. Antheri simplicis. Pistilum. Germen oblongum, reflexum, hirsudum. Styla simplex, infractus, asurgens. Stigma obtusum. Pericarpium. Legumen breve, turgidum, uniloculare, bivalve, pedicillatum. Semen aliquot, globosereniformia. Impalement. Cup 3-parted, large, rather shorter than the blossom, the 2 superior segments lance-shaped, laying on the standard, the third lance-shaped, concave, supporting the keel, 3 cleft. Blossom butterfly-shaped. Standard heart-shaped, acute, large, depressed on the sides. Wings egg-shaped, half the length of the standard. Keel tapered, the length of the wings. Chives. 10 threads, united, turned upwards, with a split line on the back, and gaping at the base. Tip simple. Pointal. Seed bud oblong, reflexed, hairy. Shaft simple, bent inwards at an angle, turned upwards. Summit obtuse. Seed vessel. Pod short, turgid, 1 celled, 2 valved, with a fruit stalk. Seeds a few of a rounded kidney shape. Specific character. Crotalaria foliae simplicibus, ovates, retuses, stipules lunatus, declinates, racemo terminally, ramus tetragones. Crotalaria with simple leaves, egg-shaped, dented at the ends, leaf props half-moon shaped, turned downwards, bunch of flowers terminal, branches four-sided. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. The standard. 3. One of the wings. 4. The two petals of the keel. 5. The chives. 6. The pointle and seed bud, the summit detached, magnified. 7. A half-ripe seed vessel. 8. The same laid open. This handsome annual is an old inhabitant of our hothouses, for it has been cultivated so long ago as the year 1731, by Mr. Miller, but from its character as an annual, our summers not proving always congenial to the perfecting its seeds, it has at intervals been lost to us. It is a native of the East Indies, and, in general, good seed may be procured by keeping the plants constantly in a hotbed or hothouse, but the best method is to raise them on a strong hotbed, keeping them there till in flower, and then transferring them to the hothouse or dry stove, to perfect their seeds. Our drawing was taken from a fine specimen, communicated by the Honourable W. H. Irby, from his select collection at the Parsonage, Farnham Royal, Bucks. Flowers in May or June, and ripens its seeds in August or September. pg 41 pg 42 Plate A chicks. Pultenia villosa. Hairy Pultenia. Class X Order Idicandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx quinquedentatus, Eutrinche appendiculatus. Corolla papilionacea, Alice vexillobrevuribus. Legumen uniloculare, Dispernum. Cup 5-toothed, with a hanging prop on each side. Blossom butterfly shaped, the wings shorter than the standard. A one-celled pod, two-seeded. Specific character. Pultenia foliae oblonges, villosus, floribus axillaribus, solitaris, spicatis, call villoso, calicibus in appendiculates. Pultenia with oblong, hairy leaves, flowers grow from the insertion of the leaves, solitary, and in spikes, stem hairy, cup without props. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. The cup, natural size. 3. The standard of the blossom. 4. One of the wings of the blossom. 5. The two leaves of the keel. 6. The impalement, chives, and pointle, magnified. 7. The seed bud, shaft, and summit, magnified. Where to place the limits to the various new genera of this very extended natural order of plants, with butterfly blossoms, from New Holland, appears a talk of some difficulty with our modern botanists, for, no sooner have we formed an essential character for a genus, than immediately we are struck with the appearance of new plants, whose whole habits assimilate with our newly constructed family, but in the principal and pointed essential character. In such predicament stands our present subject. It wants the appendicula to the cup, yet has it been placed, by Willdenow, and C. to Pultenia, and with good reason, we presume, for if every difference of this nature was taken up, on which to form new genera, nearly every plant from that country would furnish grounds for new names, and, to say the truth, we think they are, already, sufficiently extended. The Pultenias are all rather impatient of wet, and although they are not frequently killed by too much moisture, yet they become unsightly, by losing all their lower leaves. This species grows to the height of about 3 feet, and, when in flower, makes a very handsome appearance. It perfects its seeds, and may be increased by cuttings, which should be put in about the beginning of April. A mixture of sandy peat 3 parts, and 1/4 part of loam, is the best soil to grow it in. It was amongst the first plants which were raised from Botany Bay seeds in this country. Our figure was made at the Hammersmith Nursery, in 1801 pg 43 pg 44 plate CCCX. Stachys coccinea. Scarlet clown heel. Class 14. Order Ididynamia gymnospermia. 2 chives longer. Seed naked. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, tubulatum, angulatum, semiconquifidum, acuminatum, persistens, dentricules acuminates, subulates, subinequal. Corolla monopetala, ringens, tubus brevissimus, faux oblonga, ad basin dearsum gibba, labium superius erectum, subovitum, fornicatum, cpe marginatum, labium inferius majus, trifidum lateribus refl exum, lacinula intermedia maxima, emarginata, replicata. Stamina. Filamenta quachu or, quorum duo brevura, subulata, ad latera fauces recurvata. Antheres simplicis. Pistilum. Germen quadripartitum. Stylus filiformis, situ et longitudine staminum. Stigma bifidum, acutum. Pericarpium nullum. Calyx vix mutatus. Semina quachu or, ovata, angulata. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, tubular, angular, 5 shallow clefts, taper, permanent, toothless taper, all shaped, nearly equal. Blossom 1 petal, gaping, tube very short, mouth oblong, hunched downwards towards the base, upper lip upright, rather egg-shaped, arched, often notched at the end, lower lip large, 3 cleft, side ones reflexed, the middle segment, which is the largest, notched at the end, and folded back. Chives. 4 threads, of which 2 are shorter, all shaped, bent to the sides of the mouth. Tip simple. Pointal. Seed bud with 4 divisions. Shaft thread shaped, of the length and situation of the chives. Summit cloven, sharp pointed. Seed vessel none. The cup scarce changed. Seeds 4, egg-shaped, angular. Specific character. Stachys verticillus sex floris, folius ovito-oblonges, basi cordatis, crenates, floribus coccinais. Clown heel with 6 flowered whorls, leaves oblong egg-shaped, heart-shaped at the base, scalloped, flowers scarlet. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, natural size. 2. The blossom cut open, with the chives in their place. 3. The seed buds and pointal, the summit detached, magnified. 4. The seed buds, magnified. Although this species of Stachys must be considered as an herbaceous plant, yet the stem, if kept in the greenhouse, may be preserved, and therefore, as it is too tender to bear our winters, in the open ground, we must consign it to that station. It is a native of South America, is easily propagated by cuttings, flowers in the month of July or August, and thrives in rich mold. The figure was taken from a plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore, where, we believe, it flowered for the first time in Britain pg 45 pg 46 plate uxie. Geranium pinnatum. Winged leaf geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius pinnatis, folioles subrotundo ovates, hirsuotes, floribus flavus, staminibus quinqua fertilibus, scapo polystachio, radis tuberosa. Geranium with winged leaves, leaflets rather round egg-shaped, and hairy, flowers yellow, 5 fertile chives, flower stem branched, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower cup, natural size, cut open. 2. The chives and pointle, natural size. 3. The chives cut and spread open, magnified. 4. The pointle and seed bud, magnified. The specific title of this plant, originally, belonged to a species which is, now, confounded amongst the numerous variety of Geranium lacerum. And, indeed, the present plant is taken as a synonym, by Wildenau, with G. astragalifolium, of which we have given a figure in a preceding number. This was among the first of the tuberous kind of geraniums known to our gardens. Mr. F. Masson, according to the Kew Catalogue, first introduced it to the Kew Gardens in 1788. It has nothing particular in its character to require a different treatment from the rest of the tuberous species. Our drawing was made from a plant in the Hammersmith collection, in March 1801 pg 47 pg 48 plate Uxie. Stiphalia virides. Green-flowered Stiphalia. Class V order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx imbricatus. Corolla tubulosa. Stamina fauci incerta. Drupa quinquilocularis. Semina bina. Cup-tiled. Blossom tubular. Chives inserted into the mouth of the blossom. A pulpy berry with 5 cells. Seeds by twos. C. Stiphalia triflora. PLZI. Volume I. Specific character. Stiphalia folius Utrincea culminates, obliquus, acutus, glaberrimize, floribus axillaribus, solitaris, viridibus. Stiphalia with leaves tapered to both ends, oblique, pointed, very smooth, flowers grow from the insertion of the leaves, solitary and green. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup of a flower, natural size. 2. A blossom, with the chives in their place, cut open. 3. The seed bud, shaft, and summit, the summit magnified. Few of the plants from New Holland have excited more admiration than the Stiphallias. The S. tubiflora figured in the New Holland Botany of Dr. Smith, the S. triflora given in the first volume of this work. Our present plant, together with the numerous other species already known from dried specimens, lead us to conjecture that the genus is as copious as any, Banksia not excepted, from that country. This plant grows to the height of 2 feet, or more, the flowers nearly covering the branches. It is rather delicate, requiring but little water, in the winter months, as it is certain to perish, if kept wet any considerable time. Is propagated by cuttings, and must be kept in a small pot, proportional to the size of the plant, in very sandy peat earth. Our figure was taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection, in the month of April, 1803. All the plants, at present in Britain, of this species of Stiphalia, are the offspring of one solitary seed, received by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy from New Holland, in the year 1791 pg 49 pg 50 plate Uxieeth. Justitia lucida. Shining leaf Justitia. Class II. Order Idiandria monogenea. 2 chives. 1 pointle. Generic character. Calyx. Periantheum monophyllum, minimum, quinquipartitum, acutum, erectum, angustum. Corolla monopetala, ringens, tubus gibbus, limbus bilabiatus, labium superius oblongum, emarginatum, labium inferius adjustum longitudinus, refl exum, trifidum. Stamina. Filamenta duo, subulata, sublabio superior recondita. Antheri erecti, ad basin bifidi. Pistillum. Germen turbinatum. Stylus filiformis, longitudine et situ staminum. Stigma simplex. Pericarpium. Capsula oblonga, obtusa, basi angustata, bilocularis, bivalvus, decepimento valvulis contrario, unguelas tico dehiscens. Semina subrotunda. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, very small, 5 divided, pointed, erect, narrow. Blossom 1 petal, gaping, 2 punched, border 2-lipped, the upper lip oblong, notched at the end, the under lip of the same length, reflexed, and 3 cleft. Chives. 2 threads, all shaped, hid under the upper lip. Tips upright, 2 cleft at the base. Pointal. Seed bud top shaped. Shaft thread shaped, the length and situation of the chives. Summit simple. Seed vessel. Capsule oblong, obtuse, narrowed at the base, 2-celled, 2-valved, the partition opposite to the valves splitting from an elastic claw. Seeds roundish. Specific character. Justitia spicis terminalibus, floribus subcapitatus, folius ellipticus, nervosus, bullatis, lucides, corales bilabiatus, labio superior lanceolato, col fruticoso, glabro. Justitia with terminal spikes, flowers grow nearly in heads, leaves elliptic, nerved, blistered, and shining, blossoms 2-lipped, the upper lip lance-shaped, stem shrubby, smooth. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom cut open, with the chives in their place. 2. The cup and pointal. 3. An unripe seed. Most of the species of this genus of plants have hitherto been considered of little value in our collections, as few of them have woody stems, and from that character have a weedy appearance. This plant, however, is an exception, and is well worthy a place in collections where ornament only, not variety, is studied. It grows to the height of 3 feet, flowers in the month of August, is easily increased from cuttings, and may be kept in the hothouse, out of the bark bed. The Justitia coccinea and this plant approach in the appearance of their flowers and habit, but the leaves differ much as well as many other miniature parts. It is a native of the East Indies, and was introduced about the year 1794. Our figure was taken from a plant in the collection of G. Hibbert, Esq. Clapham Common pg 51 pg 52 Plate Uxiv. Itea spinosa. Thorny Itea. Class V Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Periantheum monophyllum, quinquefidum, erectum, acuminatum, minimum, persistens, Lacinius acutus, coloratus. Corolla. Petala quinqua, lanceolata, longa, calici incerta. Stamina. Filamenta quinqua, subulata, erecta, longitudine coralli, calici incerta. Antheri subrotundi, incumbents. Pistillum. Germen ovidum. Stylus cylindricaeus, persistens, longitudine staminum. Stigma obtusum. Pericarpium. Capsula ovida calice multotes longer, stylomucinato, unilocularis, bivalvus ex duobus coelita apis dehiscens. Semina numerosa, minima, oblonga, nitida. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, 5 cleft, upright, tapered, very small, remaining, segments pointed, colored. Blossom. Petals 5, lance-shaped, long, inserted into the cup. Chives. 5 threads, all shaped, upright, the length of the blossom, inserted into the cup. Tips roundish, laying on the threads. Pointal. Seed bud egg-shaped. Shaft cylindrical, permanent, the length of the chives. Summit obtuse. Seed vessel. Capsule egg-shaped, much longer than the cup, tapering into the shaft, 1 celled, 2-valved of 2-joined, splitting at top. Seeds numerous, very small, oblong, shining. Specific character. Idiofolius cuneiformibus, emarginates, spinous axillaribus. Idea with wedge-shaped leaves, notched at the end, spines grow at the insertion of the leaves. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement, magnified. 2. A flower complete, magnified. 3. The chives and pointal, magnified, part of the cup and the petals taken away, to shew the insertion of the chives into the cup. 4. The pointal, magnified. This plant is a native of New Holland, and was introduced from thence by the Right Honourable the Marchioness of Rockingham, at the same time with the Boererubioids of this work, and from a specimen communicated by her ladyship in September, 1801, our drawing was taken. It is a hardy greenhouse plant, continuing in flower from August till December, makes a very bushy handsome shrub, especially when planted in a conservatory. Is easily propagated by cuttings, made in the month of April, and kept on a gentle heat until they are rooted. It thrives most in sandy peat, with a small mixture of sandy loam Pg53 Pg54 plate CCCXV. Orchis bicornis. 2-horned orchis. Class XX. Order Igenandria diandria. Chives on the pointal. 2 chives. Essential generic character. Nectarium corniform pone florum. Honeycup like a horn behind the flower. See Orchis ciliaris, PLXLII. Volume I. Specific character. Orchis bulbus indivises, Corales galea bicolcarida, labio quinquepertito. Orchis with undivided bulbs, helmet of the blossom 2-spurred, lip 5-parted. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower, natural size. 2. The same, magnified, with the front petals cut away to expose the parts of fructification, one of the chives being liberated from its cell. This singular little orchis was first introduced to us, from the Cape of Good Hope, by Mr. F. Masson, in 1787, but has been lost to our gardens since near that time till last year, when we had the pleasure of seeing it again in the collection of T. Evans, Esq. Stepney, but we much fear, without a fresh supply of roots, it will again soon stand but as a name in our catalogues. It is a very tender and delicate plant, and, like nearly the whole of this natural order, difficult to propagate or preserve in a cultivated state, wherefore we cannot pretend to recommend any particular method. The bulb which flowered at Stepney was planted in sandy peat, and appeared in good health. It flowers in September, loses its leaves soon after flowering, and is extremely fragrant. Pg55 Pg56 plate ukt. Olea petala. Petal less olive. Class 2. Order Idiandria monogenea. 2 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, tubulatum, parvum, or quadridentato, erecto, deciduum. Corolla monopetala, infundibuliformis, tuba cylindraceus, longitudine calycis, limbus quadripartidus, Planus, Lacinius subovitus. Stamina. Filamenta duo, opposita, subulata, brevia. Antheri erecti. Pistillum. Germen subrotundum. Styla simplex, brevissimus. Stigma bifidum, crassiusculum, Lacinius emarginates. Pericarpium. Drupa subovita, glabra, unilocularis. Semen. Nux ovito-oblonga, rugosa. Impalement. Cup one-leafed, tabular, small, mouth four-toothed, erect, deciduous. Blossom one petal, funnel-shaped, tube cylindrical, the length of the cup, border four-divided, flat, segments nearly egg-shaped. Chives. Two threads, opposite, all-shaped, short. Tips upright. Pointal. Seed bud roundish. Shaft simple, very short. Summit two cleft, thickish, clefts notched at the ends. Seed vessel. A pulpy berry, rather egg-shaped, smooth, one-celled. Seed. A nut oblong egg-shaped, rough. Specific character. Oleifolius ellipticus, Floribus racemosis, apetalis. Olive, with elliptically shaped leaves, flowers in long bunches without petals. Reference to the plate. 1a flower expanded, magnified. 2 the same with the chives exposed, magnified. 3 the seed bud, shaft, and summit, magnified. 4 a half-ripe berry. 5 the same cut transversely. Our present figure represents a plant a native of New Holland and New Zealand, in the Pacific Ocean, but, we have great reason to think, it has been referred, rather rashly, to the genus under which it is here named, and that it possesses a distinctive character sufficient on which to have formed a new one. We have, nevertheless, as usual, taken it up under the title it is in general known by, as published by Vall, in his Symboli Botanici, Part 3. p. 3, and quoted from him into Wildenau's sp. Plant. p. 46, and thence into Professor Martin's ed. of Miller's Dictionary article Olea, 5. Whether the fruit of this plant will ever turn to account, when cultivated, as an article of food, time must evince, but, certainly, it bears an appearance of much hope. It is a strong woody growing shrub, forming itself into a handsome round-headed plant, and, when in full flower, has a very pretty appearance, having all the necessary qualities of such plants as are fit for planting out in a conservatory. It is propagated by cuttings, should be planted in sandy peat earth, mixed with a small portion of loam, producing its flowers about February or March. Our drawing was made from a plant in the Hammersmith collection, to which it was first added in the year 1791, having been raised from seeds communicated to Messrs. Lee and Kennedy by Colonel Patterson pg 57 pg 58 plate Ucati. Geranium undulatum. Various minor. Waved flowered geranium. Lesser various class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. See Geranium grandiflorum, PL 12. Volume I. Specific character. Geranium folius radicalibus lanceolates, integerrimes, petioles longitudine foliorum, petalis cuneiformibus, equilibus, undulates, floribus pentandrus, radis tuberosa. Geranium with the root leaves lance-shaped, quite entire, footstalks the length of the leaves, petals wedge-shaped, equal, waved, flowers with 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement cut open, natural size. 2. The chives cut and spread open, magnified. 3. The seed bud, shaft, and summits. This very handsome tuberous geranium, and which we have rather placed as a variety than a species, might perhaps by some have been considered as sufficiently distinct to have formed a species, but, indeed, much difficulty arises in the determining, amongst this variable tribe, where to fix determinate specific character. Our present figure was taken from the Hibertian collection, where as yet the plant is only to be seen in Britain. It flowers in June or July, does not perfect its seeds, nor has the appearance of easily propagating from the root, the usual method with this link of the geranium family. It thrives in sandy peat and leaf mold pg 59 pg 60 plate uc18. Hemanthus multiflorus. Many-flowered blood flower. Class 6. Order I Hexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Involucrum hexaphyllum, maximum, umbelliferum, folioles erectes, oblonges, persistentibus. Corolla monopetala, erecta, sexpartita, lacinius erectes, linearibus, tubo brevissimo, angulato. Stamina. Filamenta sex, subulata, tubo coralli incerta, corolla longora. Antheri incumbens, oblongi. Pistilum. Germen inferum. Styla simplex, longitudine staminum. Stigma simplex. Pericarpium. Bacchus subrotunda, trilocularis. Semina solitaria, triquetra. Impalement. Fence 6-leaved, large, bearing a small umbel, leaflets upright, oblong, permanent. Blossom 1 petal, upright, 6-parted, segments upright, linear, tube very short, angular. Chives. Threads 6, all shaped, inserted into the tube of the blossom, longer than the blossom. Tips laying on the threads, oblong. Pointal. Seed bud beneath. Shaft simple, the length of the chives. Summit simple. Seed vessel. Berry roundish, 3-celled. Seed solitary, 3-sided. Specific character. Hemanthus folius plicatus, undulates, erectes, lotolanceolates, umbella globosa, floribus convertus, petalis patentibus, scapo ad basin maculato. Blood flower with plated leaves, waved, upright and broad lance-shaped, umbel globular, flowers crowded, petals spreading, flower stem spotted at the base. Reference to the plate. 1. The leaves and part of the flower stem, in miniature. 2. A flower, complete, natural size. 3. The seed bud, shaft, and summit. 4. A seed bud, cut transversely. 5. The embryo of a seed. This plant is said to have been in our European gardens so long ago as the year 1603, having, at that time, been sent to Paris by the younger Robin from Guinea. But however this may be, as yet there is no figure of the plant by which it may be known from many of this beautiful tribe, except the one by the late Mr. Nodder. We are indebted for its last introduction to the Honorable the Sierra Leone Company, who received, in 1792, the roots of this plant, amongst many others, from that settlement, which were by them presented to Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, at Hammersmith. Our figure was taken in June from a plant in flower this present year, 1803, in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore, where, from particular management of Mr. Anderson, the same root has flowered several times, a circumstance that but rarely happens with these bulbs after the first year from importation. As a native of so hot a climate must be kept in the bark bed of the hothouse, and, when the plant is not in flower, should be watered but sparingly. We as yet are unacquainted with any mode by which it may be propagated. It flourishes most in rich mold. Our figure represents the plant in a small specimen, as the head of flowers is frequently, in this country, of 3 times the size pg61 pg62 plate uxix. Vicia galagifolia. Goats relieved vetch. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. Chives in 2 sets. 10 chives. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, tubulatum, erectum, semiquinquifidum, acutum, dentibus superioribus brevuribus, conniventibus, omnibus equalis latitudinus. Corolla papilionacea. Vexillum ovale, ungulato oblongo, apice marginatum cum acumen, lateribus refl exum, linea longitudinally compressa elevata. Ali dui, oblongi, erecti, semicordati, ungu oblongo, vexillo breviaries. Carina ungu oblongo bipartito, ventriculo compresso, semiurbiculato, alis breviary. Stamina. Filamenta diadelphia, simplex et novemphytum. Antheri erecti, subrotundi, quadrisulci. Nectarii glandulae intrastamen compositum et germani receptaculo oratur, brevis, acuminata. Pistilum. Germen linear, compressium, longum. Stylus filiformis, brevier, ad angulum erectum ascendens. Stigma obtusum, sub apis transverse barbatum. Pericarpium. Legumen longum, coriaceum, uniloculare, bivalve, acumen terminatum. Semina pleura, subrotunda. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, tubular, upright, half 5 cleft sharp, the upper teeth the shortest, approaching, all the teeth of equal breadth. Blossom butterfly shaped. Standard oval, with a broad oblong claw, notched at the top, with a point in the middle, sides reflexed, compressed and raised in a line running lengthways. Wings 2, oblong, erect, half heart-shaped, with an oblong claw, shorter than the standard. Keel, with an oblong 2-parted claw, the hollow part compressed like a half circle shorter than the wings. Chives. Threads in 2 sets, 1 alone, the other 9 cleft. Tips upright, roundish 4-furrowed. Honeycup, gland arising from the receptacle between the united threads and the seed bud, short and tapered. Pointle. Seed bud linear, compressed and long. Shaft thread shaped, shorter, turned upwards from an angle. Summit blunt, bearded transversely on the upper part at the end. Seed vessel. Pod long, tough, 1-celled, 2-valved terminated by a point. Seeds many, rather round. Specific character. Vicia peduncules multiflorus erectis, floribus striatis, folioles ovalibus, subtruncatus, reflexus. Vetch with many flowered, upright fruit stalks, flowers streaked, leaflets oval, rather appearing cut off at the points, reflexed. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. The standard, or upper petal of the flower, shown in front. 3. The same, shown from the back side. 4. One of #e wings of the blossom. 5. The keel of the same. 6. The chives, natural size. 7. The pointle, natural size. 8. The chives, magnified, shown from the front side. 9½ ripe pod. This pretty plant is a native of New Holland, and was first received in seeds from thence under the name of Indigo faricoccinea, in the year 1800, by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, Hammersmith. It grows into a bushy plant, making a number of branches from the root, but is rather a woody than herbaceous plant, yet the branches have all the character of most of the species of this genus. It has not as yet been increased by cuttings, but from every appearance the seeds will ripen in this country, and there is little doubt but the roots may be divided with safety. It flourishes in a mixture of sandy peat and loam. Our figure was taken from a plant in the collection of Messrs. Colvillies, King's Road, Chelsea, where it has likewise flowered this present August, 1803 pg 63 pg 64 plate CCCXX. Pultenia ilicifolia. Holly-leaved Pultenia. Class X order Idocandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx quinquedentatus, Utrinque appendiculatus. Corolla papilionacea, Alice vexillobrevuribus. Legumen uniloculare, dispermum. Cup 5-toothed, with an appendage on each side. Blossom butterfly-shaped, wings shorter than the standard. Pod 1-celled, 2-seeded. C. Pultenia daphnoides, P. L. Scadiath. Volume 2. Specific character. Pultenia folius hastatis, serratis, rigides, floribus axillaribus, racemoses. Pultenia with halberd-shaped leaves, sawed and harsh, flowers grow from the insertion of the leaves in long bunches. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, natural size. 2. The same, magnified. 3. The standard, or upper petal of the blossom. 4. One of the wings of the same. 5. The 2 petals of the keel of the same. 6. The chives and pointal. 7. The chives, magnified. 8. The seed bud, shaft and summit, magnified. This species of Pultenia was introduced, from New Holland, about the year 1792, by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, Hammersmith, and is undoubtedly one of the handsomest of the genus. It is difficult to increase as the seeds do not mature, and it is very rarely propagated by cuttings. It grows to the height of 3 or 4 feet, and, when in flower, makes a very brilliant appearance. It is not a long-lived plant, is very impatient of wet, and is easily hurt by the cold, so should be kept in a dry and warm part of the greenhouse, or even on a shelf in the hothouse, during the winter months. It thrives in very sandy peat earth without any mixture. Our drawing was made from a plant in the Hibertian collection, in the month of June, 1801 pg 65 pg 66 plate uctsi. Arethusa plicata. Plated-leaved Arethusa. Class XX. Order Igenandria diandria. Chives on the pointal. 2 chives. Generic character. Calyx. Spathifoliacea. Perianthium nullum. Corolla, ringens, petala quinqua, oblongata, subequalia, duo exteriora, omnia conniventia in galem. Nectarium monophyllum, basi tubulosum, intracorallifundum, bipartitum, labio inferior reflexo, lato, rugoso, longitudine petalorum, propendent, labio superior lineare, tenerimo, stylo adnato, apis labato. Stamina. Filamenta duo, brevissima, pistili apici incidentia. Antheri ovati, compresi, tecti duplicatura labii interioris nectarii. Pistillum. Germen oblongum, infirm. Stylus oblongus, incurvus, labio interior nectarii vestidus. Stigma infundibuliform. Pericarpium. Capsula oblongo-ovata, unilocularis, trivalvus, angules dehiscens. Semina numerosa, acerosa. Impalement. Sheath leafy. Cup none. Blossom gaping. 5 petals, oblong, nearly equal, 2 outer, all converging into a helmet. Honeycup 1-leafed, tubular at the base, within the bottom of the blossom, 2 parted, lower lip reflexed, broad, wrinkled, the length of the petals, hanging down forwards, upper lip linear, very delicate, fixed to the shaft, lobed at top. Chives. 2 threads, very short, sitting on the top of the pointle. Tips egg-shaped, flattened, covered by the folding of the inner lip of the honeycup. Pointle. Seed bud oblong, beneath. Shaft oblong, incurved, cloathed by the inner lip of the honeycup. Summit funnel-shaped. Seed vessel. Capsule oblong egg-shaped, 1-celled, 3-valved, splitting at the angles. Seeds numerous, chaffy. Specific character. Arethusa radis globosa, folio cordato, plicato, hirsuto. Arethusa with a globular root, leaf heart-shaped, plated, and hairy. Reference to the plate. 1. The plant, after the flower has disappeared. 2. The petals of the flower, spread open. 3. The honeycup, spread open. 4. The chives and pointle. 5. The same, magnified, the hood, to which the chives are attached, lifted up. This singular little bulbous-rooted plant was received this year, 1803, in the month of April, amongst a number of other curious new seeds and bulbs, from the East Indies, by Aylmer Bourke Lambert, Esq. by whom they have been communicated to different collections. Although the plant has considerable affinity with Arethusa, yet we entertain doubts whether it should not be placed to Limitorum, as it wants many of the generic characters of the former genus, and but few, and those but trivial in its correspondence, to the latter. We have, notwithstanding, given it the title under which it was sent, submitting our judgment to what we conceive better authority. There is little doubt but the plant will soon be lost in our collections, as but few of this natural order are either to be propagated or kept by any cultivation we are at present acquainted with. Our figure was taken from a plant which flowered in the hothouse of J. Vere, Esquire, Kensington Gore, in the month of July, before there was any appearance of either root or leaf from the bulb. It was in flower at the same time in the collection of Sir Abraham Hume, Bart. Wormleyberry, Hearts pg 67 pg 68 Plate Uctci. Pitcairnea latifolia. Broad-leaved Pitcairnea. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx triphyllus, semisuperus. Petala 3. Squama nectarifer ad basin petalorum. Stigmata tria cont orta. Capsula tria, intersum dehiscentes. Semina alida. Impalement 3-leaved, half superior. Petals 3, with a scaly honeycup at the base of the petals. 3 summits twisted. 3 capsules, splitting from the inside. Seeds winged. Specific character. Pitcairnea folius integerrimes, basi subspinosus. Pitcairnea with leaves quite entire, rather spiny at the base. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. One of the petals, with its scale at the base. 3. The chives and pointle, cleared from the petals. 4. The pointle, the summits detached, magnified. 5. The seed bud, cut transversely. The species of Pitcairnea here figured is a native of Jamaica, and was first introduced to Britain by Mr. A. Anderson, in the year 1785. It does not flower so readily as some of the other species, but is equally easy to increase, flourishes in rich earth, and may be kept on a shelf of the hothouse until its flower stem appears, when, to encourage its flowering, it should be plunged in the bark bed. Our drawing was made, in the month of July, from a plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esquire, Kensington Gore pg 69 pg 70 plate Uchtseeth. Geranium barbatum. Various minor. Bearded leaf geranium. Lesser various class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogynia. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius pinnatis, folioles inequaliter, dentatis, apis barbatis, floribus umbulatis, petalis linearibus, recurvatus, staminibus quinqua fertilibus, benis longoribus, scapo polystachio, radis tuberosa. Geranium with winged leaves, leaflets unequally toothed, and bearded at the point, flowers grow in umbels, petals linear, recurved, 5 fertile chives, 2 longer, flower stem branched, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup cut open, to shew its tubular structure. 2. The chives and pointal, natural size. 3. The chives cut open, magnified. 4. The pointal, natural size. 5. The same, magnified. Our present figure is taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection, Clapham, and is a very strong variety of the bearded leaf geranium of a former number, taken from the same source. It is, as far as appearances lead, no way differing in character from the rest of the tuberous species of this genus, to require any other treatment. Flowers in June or July pg 71 pg 72 plate Uchtseeth. Magnolia purpurea. Purple flowered magnolia. Class 13. Order 7. Of shrub. General plants. Polyandria polygynia. Many chives. Many pointals. Essential generic character. Calyx 3 phyllus. Petala 6 to 12. Capsulae 2 valves, imbricating. Semina baccata, pendula. Cup 3-leaved. Petals 6 to 12. Capsules 2-valved, tiled. Seeds, berries, pendulous. See Magnolia pumila, P. Elkse. Volume 4. Specific character. Magnolia folius obovades, flaxides, floribus purpurae, petalis obovades, divaricatus. Magnolia with inversely egg-shaped, flaccid leaves, flowers purple, petals inversely egg-shaped and straddling. Reference to the plate. 1. The chives and pointals. 2. A chive, magnified. 3. The pointals. This fine species of magnolia is a native of China and Japan, was introduced to us by the late Mr. Slater of Leytonstone, to whom we are so much indebted for the greatest number of beautiful plants which have been imported from thence by any individual. It is a very free-growing plant, will resist the severity of our winters, if planted in a warm situation, and is deciduous, but if kept in the conservatory, it retains its leaves the whole year, and flowers about June. It is propagated with ease by laying, or by cuttings, and thrives in peat earth, with a small mixture of loam. The plant from which our figure was taken is in the magnificent conservatory of the Right Honourable the Marquis of Blandford, White Knights, near Reading, Berks, and, we believe, the finest specimen of this species of magnolia in Britain, PG 73 PG 74 plate CCCXXV. Codon royani. Prickly codon. Class 11. Order Idodecandria monogenea. 12 chives. 1 pointle. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, duodecempartichum, folioles subulates, persistentibus, erectis, alternus brevuribus. Corolla monopetala, campanulata, basi turulasa, limbo duodecempartito, aquali. Nectarium duodecime loculare ex squames 12, unguibus staminum incertus, conniventibus, receptaculum tangentibus. Stamina. Filamenta duodecime, longitudine coralli. Antheri crassi. Pistilum. Germen superum, conicum. Styla simplex, longitudine staminum. Stigmata duo, longa, cetacea, divergentia. Pericarpium. Capsula bilocularis. Semina plurima, subrotunda, nigra. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, 12 divided, leaflets all shaped, remaining, upright, the alternate ones shorter. Blossom 1 petal, bell-shaped, rather swelled at the base, border 12 divided, equal. Honeycup 12 cellid, consisting of 12 scales, inserted into the claws of the chives, approaching, covering the receptacle. Chives. 12 threads, the length of the blossom. Tips thick. Pointle. Seed bud above, conical. Shaft simple, the length of the chives. Summits 2, long, like bristles, straddling. Seed vessel. Capsule 2 cellid. Seeds numerous, roundish, black, specific character. Codon folius alternus, cordato ovates, acuminates, cetaceospinosus, floribus subcapitatus, terminalibus. Codon with alternate leaves, between heart-shaped and oval, tapered to the point, with spine-like bristles, flowers grow nearly in heads, terminating the branches. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement. 2. A blossom spread open, with the chives in their place. 3. The same shown from the outside. 4. The seed bud, shaft and summits. 5. The seed bud, cut transversely. As an interesting desideratum, this plant has stood long amongst botanical collectors, but till the year 1801, it was never seen, in a vegetating state, in Britain, at which period, it was introduced to our gardens, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape of Hope. It is not, we believe, although considered hitherto as such, an annual, but rather, a half-woody shrub, easily destroyed by moisture. As the seed appears to ripen freely, although there seems no other mode of perpetuating the plant, we shall stand in no danger of losing it. Its attractions are, indeed, not great as to beauty, but much so as to singularity, since we have no plant to which it affines in general habit. The seeds should be sown on a gentle hotbed in March and transplanted when about 2 inches high, into pots, to flower, which they will do about September. Our drawing was made at the Hammersmith Nursery. Having had the opportunity of examining the flowers, of more than 20 plants, we are convinced it has been wrong placed by Van Rooyen to Decandria, for although many flowers may be found, even on the same plant, some with 8, others with 10 chives, yet at least 90 out of 100 have 12, wherefore we have, without scruple, placed it to Dodecandria PG 75 PG 76 plate uctsi. Farnaceum linear. Linear-leaved Farnaceum. Class V Order 3. Pentandria triginea. 5 chives. 3 pointle. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium pentaphyllum, folioles subovitus, concavus, patentibus, equalibus, persistentibus, intus coloratus, margentinui. Corolla nulla, hin calycis margo tenuis et calyx interne coloratus. Stamina. Filamenta quinqua, subulata, longitudine calycis. Antheri basi bifidi. Pistilla. Germen ovidum, trigonum. Stylitrace, filiforms, longitudine staminum. Stigmata obtusa. Pericarpium. Capsula ovida, obsolete trigona, tecta, trilocularis, trivalvus. Semina numerosa, nitida, orbiculata, depressa, margin occuto cincta. Impalement. Cup 5-leaved, leaflets nearly egg-shaped, concave, spreading, equal, permanent, colored within, with a thin edge. Blossom none, hence the edge of the cup is thin and the inside of it is colored. Chives. 5 threads, all shaped, the length of the cup. Tips cleft at the base. Pointils. Seed bud egg-shaped, 3-sided. Shafts 3, thread-shaped, the length of the chives. Summits blunt. Seed vessel. Capsule egg-shaped, bluntly 3-cornered, covered, 3-celled, 3 valves. Seeds numerous, shining, orbicular, flattened, surrounded by a sharp rim. Specific character. Farnaceum folius linearibus, verticillidus, umbellus inequalibus, calicibus aurantius, called decumbent. Farnaceum with linear leaves, growing in whorls, umbels unequal, cups orange-colored, stem bending downwards. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, shown from the front, with the chives. 2. The same, shown from the hind part attached to the fruit stalk. 3. The seed bud and pointils, natural size. 4. The same, magnified. 5. The seed bud, cut transversely, magnified. This little plant much resembles our corn spurry, or Spurgula arvensis, at first sight. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, seldom grows more than 6 inches high, and is very apt to be destroyed by the damps of our winters. It should be placed in the airiest part of the greenhouse, and kept in light sandy loam. To propagate it, the cuttings should be put in, about the month of March, in the heat of a gentle hotbed, or the bark bed of the hothouse. The seeds are sometimes perfected. It has been often introduced to us, but as often lost, as it is not a plant of much shew. No great deal of pains has, hitherto, been taken for its preservation. Our drawing was taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection, in the month of July, 1802 pg 77 pg 78 plate Uctci. Xeranthemum argentum. Silvery everlasting flower. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointils. Essential generic character. Receptaculum paleaceum. Pupusida sers. Calyx imbricatus, radiatus, radiocolorado. Receptacle chaffy. Feather bristly. Cup-tiled, rayed, ray-colored. Xeranthemum speciosissimum, VIPL specific character. Xeranthemum fruticosum, Folius lanceolades, carinates, ceraces, Floribus paniculates, argentus. Everlasting flower with a shrubby stem, leaves lance-shaped, keeled, and silky, flowers grow in panicles, and silvery. Reference to the plate. 1. An hermaphrodite floret, natural size. 2. The same, magnified. 3. An inner scale of the impalement. 4. The receptacle, cleared of the scales and florets. 5. A female floret, magnified. 6. The pointle of the above, natural size. 7. The same magnified. This new species of everlasting flower was introduced to us, at the same time, with the X spiral. This work, P. Elkelzi. By Montague Burgoyne, Esq. of Mark Hall, Essex, in the year 1801. It is a quick-growing plant, and has flowered for the first time last April, when our drawing was taken. The flower stems grow to the length of 18 inches, or more, and the buds, upon their first appearance, have a fine tint of flesh color, which, however, totally disappears upon the expansion of the flower. It is propagated by cuttings, seeds, which ripen in this country, or by parting the branches at the root, as it makes many from one base, which are easily separated by passing a knife between them. It thrives best in sandy peat with a small portion of loam, and must be kept in an airy, dry part of the greenhouse. Pg 79 Pg 80 Plate Ucthiath. Geranium bubonifolium. Macedonian parsley-leaved geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointle. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius pinnatis, pinnis oppositus, lobatus, distantibus, lobes incisodentatus, glabrous, petalis emarginates, albes, staminibus quinqua fertilibus, radis tuberosa. Geranium with winged leaves, wings opposite, lobed, distant, lobes deep cut and toothed, smooth, petals notched at the end, white, 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup cut and spread open. 2. The chives and pointle. 3. The chives cut and spread open, magnified. 4. The pointle, magnified. This geranium, from the Cape of Good Hope, is quite distinct in its habit, from most of the tuberous species, the leaflets or wings of the leaves being more hand-shaped, and at a greater distance from each other, than in any which has come under our observation, having much the appearance of those of the plant from which we have derived its specific title. The plant was introduced by Mr. Niven, to the Clapham collection, in 1800, where our drawing was taken in the month of June, 1802. The cultivation as usual, for the plants of this branch of the geranium family. Pg 81 Pg 82 Plate Uct 6. Farnaceum linear. Various flow. Albo. Linear-leaved Farnaceum. White various Class V Order 3. Pentandria triginea. 5 chives. 3 pointles. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 Phyllis. Corolla nulla. Capsula 3 locularis, polysperma. Cup 5 leaved. Blossom none. Capsule 3 tricellid, many seeded. C. Farnaceum linear. P.L. Uctsi. VV specific character. Farnaceum folius linearibus, verticillidus, umbellus inequalibus, calicibus albovirentibus, called decumbent. Farnaceum with linear leaves, growing in whorls, umbels unequal, cups whitish green, stem bending downwards. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower. 2. The cup and chives. 3. The seed bud and pointles, natural size. 4. The same, magnified. 5. The seed bud, cut transversely, magnified. We have given this variety of the linear-leaved Farnaceum, at the same time with the orange-colored, as being the only two Cape species, at present, in our gardens. It is equally tender and delicate with its fellow, is equally difficult to propagate, and was introduced, this last time, to the Hibertian collection in 1800, by Mr. Niven, with it PG83 PG84 plate CCCXXX. Nymphea stellata. Starred water lily. Class 13. Order I Polyandria monogenea. Many chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Calyx 4, 5, SCU 6 Phyllis. Cor polypetala. Bacca multilocularis, truncata. Cup 4, 5 or 6 leaved. Bloss. Many petals. Very many xelid, appearing cut off at top. See Nymphea coerea, P. Elkscatii. Volume 3. Specific character. Nymphea foliis subrotundus, sinuatis, subtus purpuracintibus, lobis divaricatus, acutus, calice tetraphilo, petalis acutus coerulis longor. Water lily with nearly round leaves, scalloped and purplish underneath, lobes straddling and pointed, cup 4-leaved, longer than the pointed, blue petals. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup divested of the petals. 2. A chive, natural size. 3. The seed vessel, nearly arrived to maturity. 4. The same, cut transversely. This fine species of water lily is a native of the East Indies, on the Malabar coast, and has been given by Reed, in his Hortus Malabaricus, Volume 2. p. 53. Figure 27. At first sight, it has much the appearance of N. coerea, but upon closer inspection it is found to possess many strongly differing characters, viz. In this, the under part of the leaves are purplish, the lobes straddle, in that, they are tiled, or lay upon each other. In N. stellata the petals or chives seldom exceed 10, whereas, the N. coerea has an indefinite number of both. The roots, likewise, are perfectly distinct. In N. coerea the diverging roots proceed from the lower part of the bulb, from whence the leaves issue, but in N. stellata from the top, leaving below them a smooth top-shaped bulb. The parts which compose the summit, or rather the summits, for indeed we should consider them, if it lay with us, as distinct pointals, are expanded horizontally when the flower is in its perfect state, forming a star-like appearance, whence its specific name. It is much tenderer than N. coerea, and will not flower but in strong heat. Mr. Anderson informs us that the plants which have produced perfect seeds, this year, were from seeds, received by A. B. Lambert, Esq., communicated by Dr. Roxburgh from India, in the month of March, and raised by him for the collection of J. Veer, Esq. Kensington Gore, where our drawing was made in August pg 85 pg 86 plate Ucthersi. Xylophila falcata. Scimitar-shaped leaved Xylophila. Class XXI. Order 3. Monoecia triandria. Chives and pointals separate. 3 chives. Generic character. Asterisk masculi flores. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, tripartitum, coloratum, Lacinius ovatis, patulus, ovatis. Corolla. Petalatria, ovata, concava. Stamina. Filamentotria, brevissima, basi approximata. Antheri subrotundi, didymi. Asterisk feminae flores in eadem fasciculo cum masculis. Calyx. Perianthium ut in mare. Corolla ut in mare. Nectarium corpusculis glandulosus germen ambientibus. Pistilum. Germen subrotundum, trisulcatum. Stylitrace, patulite, bifidi. Stigmata obtusa. Pericarpium. Capsula trigona, trisulca, trilocularis, locules bivalvibus. Semina solitaria. Asterisk male flowers. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, 3 divided, colored, segments egg-shaped, spreading, oval. Blossom. Petals 3, egg-shaped, concave. Chives. Threads 3, very short, and approaching at the base. Tips roundish, double. Asterisk female flowers in the same tuft with the males. Impalement. Cup as in the male. Blossom as in the male. Honeycup is formed of small glandular bodies surrounding the seed bud. Pointle. Seed bud roundish, 3 furrowed. Shafts 3, short. Summits blunt. Seed vessel. Capsule 3-sided, 3 furrowed, 3 cells, cells 2 valved. Seed solitary. Specific character. Xylophila foliis sparsis, integris, falcatus, crenates, crenus remotus, floriferus, floribus rubris. Xylophila with leaves scattered on the stem, entire, scimitar-shaped and scalloped, the scallops distant, and having the flowers on them, flowers red. Reference to the plate. 1. A male flower, magnified. 2. The blossom of male flowers, spread open, with the honey cups. 3. A female flower, magnified. 4. The germ from a female flower, cut transversely, magnified. It should seem that this genus has not been observed with sufficient accuracy, at least those plants known to us, and which have been treated of as belonging to the class Pentandria. The present one, for instance, which is unquestionably the plant designed by Swartz, Ellen, Saba, and Cn is acknowledged by Swartz to be triandrous and monoecious, yet that it should be continued in the Q catalogue and by Wildenau, and C to Pentandria, is astonishing. We have no hesitation in declaring our opinion that the whole genus as it now stands ought to be thrown to Philanthus. But, as the title Xylophila is so well known for these plants, we have thought it more safe to give the genus those characters the plants bear under their true class and order, than make any alteration in it. The Xylophila falcata is a native of the West India Islands, and has been long cultivated in our hothouses, so long ago as the year 1739. It is a tender plant, and will not flower without the assistance of the bark bed, is easily propagated by cuttings, grows best in sandy peat, and flowers in August. Our drawing was made at the Hammersmith Nursery PG 87 PG 88 Plate Ucthursii. Protea anemonifolia. Anemone-leaved protea. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Corolla 4 phyta scu 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the point. Impalement proper, none. Seeds solitary. See Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character. Protea foliis pinnatis, pinnis planis, cuneiformibus, subapus incisodentatus, capitalized terminalibus, squames calicinis lanceolates, glabrous, floribus luteus. Protea with winged leaves, wings flat, wedge-shaped, deeply toothed at the point, flower heads terminal, scales of the cup lance-shaped, smooth, flowers yellow. Reference to the plate. 1 flower complete, with its seed bud attached. 2 One of the petals of the flower, magnified. 3 Seed bud, shaft and summit, the summit detached and magnified. The Protea anemonifolia is one of the only 3 species of the genus we have, yet, received from New Holland. It was introduced to us, from thence, in the year 1792, by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy. Hammersmith, is a hardy greenhouse plant, grows to the height of 3 or 4 feet, may be propagated by cuttings, and flowers in August. It thrives best in a mixture of light sandy loam, and peat earth, of each an equal quantity pg 89 pg 90 plate uc Sagittaria lancifolia. Lance-leaved arrowhead. Class XXI. Order 7. Monoecia polyandria. Chives and pointils separate. Many chives. Generic character. Masculi flores plures. Calyx. Perianthium triphyllum, folioles ovades, concavis, persistentibus. Corolla. Petalatria, subrotunda, obtusa, plana, patientia, calici triplo majora. Stamina. Filamenta plurima, viginti quachu orcipi, subulata, in capitulum congesta. Antheri erecti, longitudine calicis. Feminae flores possioras, inframasculos. Calyx. Perianthium ut in mare. Corolla. Petalatria, ut in mare. Pistilla. Germana numerosa, compressa, in capitulum congesta, extersum gibba, desinentia in stylos brevissimos. Stigmata acuta, persistentia. Pericarpium nullum. Receptaculum globosum, semina in globum colligens. Semina numerosa, oblonga, compressa, cincta longitudinaliter margin membranatio, lotto, hingibo, utrincea acuminato. Male flowers many. Impalement. Cup 3 leaves, leaflets egg-shaped, concave, remaining. Blossom. 3 petals, roundish, blunt, flat, spreading, 3 times the size of the cup. Chives. Threads many, often 24, all shaped, collected into a little head. Tips upright, the length of the cup. Female flowers fewer, beneath the males. Impalement. Cup as in the male. Blossom. 3 petals, as in the male. Pointils. Seed buds numerous, flattened, forming a little head, hunched on the outer side, ending in very short shafts. Summits pointed, remaining. Seed vessel none. Receptacle globular, supporting the seeds in the form of a globe. Seeds numerous, oblong, flattened, surrounded lengthways by a broad skinny border, hunched on one side, tapering to each end. Specific character. Sagittaria foliis lanceolato ovades. Arrowhead with leaves between lance and egg-shaped. Reference to the plate. 1. The whole plant in miniature. 2. A male flower divested of the petals. 3. One of the chives, magnified. 4. A female flower without its petals. 5. The receptacle with its pointils, cut perpendicularly, magnified. All the species of this genus of plants are aquatic, or water plants, and differ but little from each other, in their specific characters. Our present subject is a native of the West India Islands, and requires the atmosphere of a hothouse to induce it to flower. The blossoms, on the lower part of the flower stem, are all females, and those on the upper part, males. They are all exceedingly delicate, as either wind, or wet, destroys them. It increases by offsets from the root, but the seeds do not ripen in this country. It must be kept in a pen or tub half filled with earth, and the other half with water, but does not require to be plunged in the tan bed. Our figure was taken from a plant which flowered this year 1803, and, for the first time in Britain, as we are informed by Mr. Anderson, in the month of July, in the collection of J. Veer, ESQ Kensington Gore PG 91 PG 92 Plate Ukther Siv. Struthyla tomentosa. Downy-leaved Struthyla. Class 4. Order Itetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Perianthium diphyllum. Corolla tubulosa, 4 phyta. Nectarium glandulae octofossi circumpositi. Semen unum subicatum. Cup 2-leaved. Blossom tubular, 4 cleft. Honey cup 8 glands, placed round the mouth of the blossom. 1 seed like a berry. C. Struthyla imbricata, P. elxiath. Volume 2. Specific character. Struthyla folius ovatis, Conc avis, colossus, tomentoses, imbricatus, nectario duodecime partito. Struthyla with egg-shaped leaves, concave, callous, downy and tiled, honey cup with 12 divisions. Reference to the plate. 1. The 2 leaves of the impalement, magnified. 2. A flower complete, magnified. 3. A blossom cut open, to shew the situation of the chives, magnified. 4. A seed bud, with the shaft and summit, a little magnified. The Clapham collection is the only one in which this curious species of Struthyla is, at present, to be seen. It was sent by Mr. Niven, from the Cape, in 1799, and flowered, for the first time, last year 1802, in the month of August, when our drawing was made. It is a tender greenhouse plant, as are most of this natural order, from that country, being susceptible of too great moisture, either when exposed to the open air during heavy rains in summer, or from overwatering in winter. Wherefore they are best preserved by sheltering them in an airy situation during summer, and giving them but little water in winter. It is increased by cuttings, taken off in the month of May, planted in a pot, filled to the margin with sandy loam, and plunged under a hand glass, in a shady border, without watering the loam. It grows most flourishing in a mixture of sandy peat and loam, the peat about 1/3 part Pg 93 Pg 94 plate CCCXXXV. Gladiolus pyramidatus. Pyramidal spiked gladiolus. Class 3. Order Itriandria monogenea. 3 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla sexpartita, ringens. Stamina ascendentia. Blossom 6 divided, gaping. Chives ascending. See Gladiolus roseus, PL 11. Volume I. Specific character. Gladiolus folius ensiformibus, Eutrincae attenuates, glabrous, Spathes primorsus, Spicis pyramidatis, Floribus imbricatus, subringentibus. Gladiolus with sword-shaped leaves, tapered to both ends, and smooth, sheaths appear bitten at the ends, spikes pyramid-shaped, flowers tiled, a little gaping. Reference to the plate. 1 part of a leaf. 2. The 2 valves of the sheath. 3. A blossom cut open, to shew the insertion of the chives. 4. The seed bud, shaft and summits. This fine gladiolus from the Cape of Good Hope, we believe, has not flowered, or is to be found, in any other collection than that of the Dowager Lady de Clifford, Paddington, where our drawing was taken in August, this year, 1803. It grows to the height of 3 feet, and the flowers continue to blow, from 4 to 6 at a time in succession, from the base of the spike. It is a hardy bulb, and has every appearance of being a free blower PG95 PG96 plate UC30. Anchusa capensis. Cape Alkanet. Class V order I Pentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium quinquipartitum oblongum, teres, acudum, persistens. Corolla monopetala, infundibuliformis, tuba cylindricus, longitudine calycis, limbus semiconquividus, obtusus, erectopatens, foclausus squamules quinqua, convexus, prominentibus, oblongis, conniventibus. Stamina. Filamenta quinqua, brevissima, in fos coralli. Antheri oblongi, incumbents, tecti. Pistillum. German aquachu or. Stylus filiformis, longitudine staminum. Stigma obtusum, emarginatum. Pericarpium nullum, calyx major, erectus, in sinocontinens semina. Semina quachu or, oblongiuscula, obtusa, gibba. Impalement. Cup 5-parted, oblong, cylindrical, pointed, remaining. Blossom 1 petal, funnel shape, tube cylindric, the length of the cup, border half 5 cleft, obtuse, from erect spreading, throat closed with 5 small scales, convex, prominent, oblong, converging. Chives. 5 very short threads in the throat of the blossom. Tips oblong, incumbent, covered. Pointals. Seed buds 4. Shaft thread shaped, the length of the chives. Summit blunt, notched at the end. Seed vessel none, the cup larger and erect, containing the seeds in its bosom. Seeds 4, somewhat oblong, blunt, hunched. Specific character. Anchusa folius lanceolates, villosus, colossus, floribus racemoso paniculates, coaerulus. Alkanet with lance-shaped leaves, hairy, and callous, flowers grow in bunches nearly paniclede, blue. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement, natural size. 2. The same, magnified. 3. The seed buds and pointal, natural size. 4. The same magnified. 5. A blossom cut open, magnified, to shew the scales upon the mouth, with the situation of the chives. This is the only species of the genus we have yet seen from the Cape of Good Hope, and, as it appears that Thunberg discovered but this solitary instance, which he has given in his Prodromus plantarum capensium, under the specific title we have here adopted, from him, he, perhaps, thought himself warranted in so naming it, although naming plants from the country where they are first found requires but little reasoning to shew its impropriety. It is a hardy greenhouse plant, but from all appearance, like the most of this natural order, rather short-lived. It grows freely in a mixture of loam and sandy peat, and there is every appearance that the seeds will ripen, the only method by which there is any likelihood of its being perpetuated. The plant, before flowering, does not grow above 6 inches high, but the flower stem rises near 18 inches. Our figure was taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection, where it flowered for the first time in England in the month of July 1803, having been sent home, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape, in 1800 PG 97 PG 98 plate UC30I. Protea triternata. Cluster-headed Protea. Class 4. Order I Tetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla quadriphytha SCU quadripetala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft or 4 petals. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the point. Impalement proper, none. Seeds solitary. C. Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I. Specific character. Protea folius bipinnatus, brevibus, filiformibus, confertus, glabrous, floribus terminalibus, umbulates, peduncules bractees, capitulas longoribus, squames calicinis subulates, hirtus. Protea with doubly winged leaves, short, thread-shaped, crowded and smooth, flowers terminate the branches in umbels, fruit stalks with floral leaves, and longer than the small heads, scales of the cup all shaped and hairy. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. A flower. 3. One of the petals of the flower, magnified. 4. The seed bud, shaft, and summit, the summit detached, magnified. 5. The common cup of one of the small heads of flowers. This beautiful divided-leaved protea has been named, as above, by Thunberg, in his Dissertatio de Protea, N7, and in his Prodromus Plantarum Capensium 25. It is rather a delicate plant, and subject to lose the lower leaves from the stem, which takes something from the beauty of its habit. The young leaves, when they first appear, have a downy character, which disappears as they grow firm. The stem has likewise, in its young state, a tendency to downiness, which is not discovered on the old wood, and is, where the leaves are extant, quite covered by them. It grows to the height of 3 feet, is propagated by cuttings, and flowers in the month of July. Our figure was taken from a plant in the Hibertian collection, which was raised from Cape seeds in 1800, sent from thence by Mr. Niven PG 99 PG 100 plate UC 38. Geranium coronopifolium. Buck's horn-leaved geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointal. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. See Geranium grandiflorum, PL 12. Volume I. Specific character. Geranium folius subcuneates, Apis incisodentatus, canescentibus, petioles longissimis, peduncules subtrifloris, corales pallid violaces, col suffruticoso, staminibus quinqua fertilibus. Geranium with nearly wedge-shaped leaves, deeply toothed at the end, whitish and very long footstalks, flower stems mostly 3-flowered, blossoms pale purple, stem rather woody, 5 fertile chives. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower and a bud from a seedling variety of this plant, by an intermixture of the farina of Geranium tricolor. 2. The cup, which is solid and 5-leaved. 3. The chives and pointal, magnified. 4. The same cut open, magnified. 5. The seed bud, shaft and summits, magnified. The Geranium coronopifolium is one of those species we may fairly denominate biennial, for such is certainly the G. tricolor, G. enothera, G. tomentosum, and C. and as such must be propagated every year to have a succession of them. It is readily increased by putting the cuttings into small pots, and plunging them in the heat of a hotbed or hothouse, early in the month of March, which plants will flower in September. It was first introduced to the Kew Gardens by Mr. Masson in 1792. The plant very delicate, and should be kept in a dry part of the greenhouse, in a mixture of sandy peat and rich earth. Our figure is from a plant in the Hibertian collection, where, likewise, we found the variety of which a flower is given on the plate. Mr. Allen informs us, he procured the various by approximating a plant of this species to the G. tricolor, first impregnating the summits of the flower of G. coronopifolium, with the pollen from the tips of the G. tricolor, a method much practiced of late for the production of varieties, in many genera Pg 101 Pg 102 plate Ucther 6. Lobelia coronopifolia. Buckshorn-leaved lobelia. Class 19. Order 6. Syngenacea monogamia. Tips united. Flowers simple. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 fidus. Corolla 1 petala, irregularis. Capsula in furrow, 2 scu3 locularis. Cup 5 cleft. Blossom 1 petal, irregular. Capsule beneath, 2 or 3 cellid. C. Lobelia epinifolia, P. alcalceath. Volume 4. Specific character. Lobelia folius lanceolates, dentatis, glabrous, floribus solitaris, axillaribus, peduncules elongatus, stigmatibius obtusis, pilosus. Lobelia with lance-shaped leaves, toothed and smooth, flowers solitary, from the base of the leaves, footstalks lengthened, summits blunt, hairy. Reference to the plate. 1. The chives magnified. 2. The cup, chives, and pointle, the summit detached, magnified. The character of most of the lobelias from the Cape, and elsewhere, is, that they are either annual or biennial, and can scarcely be considered as shrubs. Our present subject is a biennial from the Cape of Good Hope, flowers the first year from the seed, if sown in March, and may be preserved a second year, but, as it seeds so abundantly, it is scarce worth the pains to preserve it, as the plants of 1 year's growth are so much handsomer than those preserved through the winter. It flowers from July till October, and should be kept in sandy peat earth. The L. coronopifolia was introduced to the Kew collection in 1787, by Mr. F. Masson, and is now in most collections Pg 103 Pg 104 plate CCCXL. Lobelia gracilis. Slender-stemmed lobelia. Class 19. Order 6. Syngenacea monogamia. Tips united. Flowers simple. Essential generic character. Calyx 5 fidus. Corolla monopetala, irregularis. Capsula in furrow, 2 scu3 locularis. Cup 5 cleft. Blossom 1 petal, irregular. Capsule beneath, 2 or 3 cellid. C. Lobelia epinifolia, P. alcalceath. Volume 4. Specific character. Lobelia folius inferioribus ovates, sinuates, superioribus lanceolates, dentatis, petalis duobus minoribus barbates, floribus spicatis, stigmatibius bifides. Lobelia with the lower leaves egg-shaped and scalloped, the upper ones lance-shaped and toothed, the 2 smaller petals bearded, flowers grow in spikes, summits 2 cleft. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom cut open, with the chives in their place, magnified. 2. The cup, seed bud, shaft and summit, the summit detached and magnified. This most delicate little plant, of which our figure represents the whole, was raised in 1801, from Cape seeds, sent by Mr. Niven from thence, for the Clapham Gardens, where our drawing was made this year, 1803, in the month of August. It is an annual plant, producing its seeds freely, as do most species of this genus, which should be sown in the month of March, in light sandy peat, and transplanted about May. Pg 105 Pg 106 plate Uxley. Phaseolus caracalla. Snail flower kidney bean. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. Chives in 2 sets. 10 chives. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, bilabiatum, labio superiore emarginato, inferiore tridentato. Corolla papilionacea. Vexillum, cordatum, obtusum, emarginatum, reclinatum, lateribus reflexus. Ali, ovati, longitudine vexilli, unguibus longis incidens. Carina, angusta, spiraliter contra solum revoluta. Stamina. Filamenta diadelpha, simplex et novemphytum, intracarinum, spiralia. Antheri cm, simplicis. Pistilum. German oblongum, compressium villicum. Stylus filiformis, spiraliter inflexus, supern pubis sens. Stigma obtusum, crassiusculum, villicum. Pericarpium. Legumen longum, rectum, coriaceum, obtusum cum acumen. Seminareniformia, oblonga, compressa. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, 2-lipped, upper lip notched at the end, lower 3-toothed. Blossom butterfly shaped. Standard, heart-shaped, blunt, notched at the top, reclined, reflexed at the sides. Wings, egg-shaped, the length of the standard, terminating in long claws. Keel, narrow, twisted spirally contrary to the sun. Chives. Threads in 2 sets, simple and 9-cleft, within the keel, spiral. Tips 10, simple. Pointal. Seed bud oblong, flattened, hairy. Shaft thread-shaped, spirally bent inwards, downy above. Summit blunt, thickish, hairy. Seed vessel. A long pod, straight, leathery, blunt with a point. Seeds kidney-shaped, oblong, flattened. Specific character. Phaseolus convolubili, vexilis, Carinox spiraliter convolutus. Kidney bean with a twining stem, standards and keel spirally twisted from the left to the right. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. The standard. 3. One of the wings, shown from the outside. 4. One of the wings, shown from the inside. 5. The keel. 6. The chives. 7. The pointal. As a singular vegetable production, we have given a specimen of this most curious flower, but not as a novelty, as it is, certainly, rather common, the seeds having frequently been brought to us from Portugal, to which country it was first introduced from Brazil in South America, ever since the year 1690. It is a climbing plant and must be kept in the hothouse, is propagated by seeds or cuttings, grows to the height of 12 or 14 feet, and should be planted in rich earth. The flowers are produced about August, they are very fragrant, but have not much duration, and the plant has much the resemblance of the common scarlet kidney bean Pg 107 Pg 108 plate uxlii. Cobia scandens. Climbing cobia. Class V order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, semiconquiphytum, Lacinius cordatis, mucronates, patentibus, persistens. Corolla monopetala, campanulata, versus basin arctata, quinquefida, Lacinius concavis, trilobes, ciliatis, squamuli quinquilinati, ad basin sinus tubi, connivent. Nectarium, corpus carnosum, quinquangulare, decem sulcatum, German singens. Stamina. Filamenta quinqua, squamules coralli orta, declinata. Antheri incumbens. Pistilum. German ovidum, sulcatum. Stylus filiformis, declinatus, Stamenibus longer. Stigmata tria, plana, recurvata. Pericarpium. Capsula oblongata, trilocularis, trivalvus. Semina plurima, valvules aphysa, compressa, imbricata. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, half 5 cleft, segments heart-shaped, ending in a point, spreading, persistent. Blossom 1 petal, bell-shaped, narrowed towards the base, 5 cleft, segments concave, 3-lobed, fringed, 5 woolly scales at the base of the bosom of the tube closing upon each other. Honey cup, a fleshy body, 5-angled, 10-furrowed, embracing the seed bud. Chives. 5 threads, arising from the scales of the blossom, declined. Tips lying upon the threads. Pointal. Seed bud egg-shaped, furrowed. Shaft thread-shaped, declined, longer than the threads. Summits 3, flat, turned back. Seed vessel. Capsule oblong, 3 cells, 3 valves. Seeds many, fixed to the valves, flat, tiled. Specific character. Cavia foliis conjugatus, cirrhosis, floribus solitaris, peduncules longissimis, call scandenti. Cavia with conjugate leaves terminating in a tendril, flowers solitary, footstalks very long, stem climbing. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom cut and spread open, with the chives in their place. 2. The impalement, honey cup, seed bud, shaft and summits. The specimen, from which our drawing was taken, was communicated by Mrs. Long, from the collection of the Honourable Charles Long, of Bromley Hill, Kent, where, we believe, the only plant of this fine genus is at present to be found in Britain, and where it has flowered, for the first time, this year, in the month of September, 1803. It is a native of the East Indies, and must be kept as a hothouse plant, is propagated by cuttings, and thrives in rich earth, will grow, if permitted, to the height of 20 feet or more, and is still in flower this present month of November. Pg 109 Pg 110 Plate Uxliene. Blandfordia cordata. Heart-shaped leaved Blandfordia. Class V order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, semiconquifidum, Licineus concavis, ovates, obtuses, erectes, persistens. Corolla. Petala quinqua, oblongolinearia, subtruncata, patentia, calici incerta. Nectarium urceolatum, membranaceum, German singens, limbo quinquilobo, Licineus clavitus, capitatus. Stamina. Filamenta nulla. Antheri quinqua, subrotundi, didymi, nectarii margini, interlacinias limbi, aphysi. Pistilum. German subrotundum. Stylus brevissimus, erectus. Stigma obsoletum. Pericarpium. Capsula oblongata, unilocularis, bivalvus. Semina plurima, minuta, glabra. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, half 5 cleft, segments concave, egg-shaped, blunt, upright, remaining. Blossom. 5 petals, oblong linear, appearing rather cut off at the ends, spreading, inserted into the cup. Honeycup pitcher-shaped, skinny, surrounding the seed bud, border 5-lobed, segments club-shaped and headed. Chives. Threads none. Tips 5, roundish, double, fixed, between the segments of the border, upon the margin of the honey cup. Pointal. Seed bud roundish. Shaft very short, upright. Summit obsolete. Seed vessel. Capsule oblong, 1 cell, 2 valves. Seeds many, small, smooth. Specific character. Blandfordia foliis cordatis, reticulates, crenatodentatus, floribus spicatis. Blandfordia with leaves heart-shaped, netted, and between scalloped and toothed, flowers grow in spikes. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, natural size. 2. The same, magnified. 3. A petal, magnified. 4. The honey cup, with the chives, magnified. 5. The same, spread open, shown from the outside. 6. The same, shown from the inside. 7. The seed bud, natural size. 8. The same, magnified. The Blandfordia cordata was first observed by Mr. J. Fraser, in the year 1786, on the banks of the Savannah River, near its source, in Georgia, North America, but was not introduced to us until the year 1800, when it was brought to England, amongst many other novelties, by that gentleman. It is, as are most of the plants of that country, rather too tender to resist the severity of our winters, and should be protected, either in the greenhouse, or in the coolest and shoddiest part of the hothouse, where, if it is kept the year through, it will flourish, and flower about the month of June. It is increased by parting the roots about April, delights in moisture and shade, thriving most in a light peat soil, with a small mixture of sandy loam. This plant, from its general habit, would at first sight be taken for a species of Tiarella, or Heuchera, to both which it bears great resemblance, being all, likewise, natives of the same clime, but the strongly differing characters, in the parts of fructification, prevent its being placed to either of those genera. The honey cup, it is true, might, perhaps, with reason, be considered as the connected threads of 10 chives, and what we take to be the segments of its border, set down as so many sterile ones to make up this number. Thus, the plant would be transmuted to the 16 class, but, from our best judgment, we have placed it, as above, in the V. Our figure is from a specimen communicated by the Right Honourable the Marquis of Blandford, from his magnificent gardens at White Knights, near Reading, Berks. Little need be urged for the propriety of our naming a plant from the Marquis of Blandford, and thus, dedicating this small part of our labours to his lordship, as few, at present, patronize the science, through all its branches, with so much vigour and liberality, or who have equal knowledge in its theory and practice. Pg 111 Pg 112 Plate Uxliv. Epidendrum encepholium. Sword-shaped leaved epidendrum. Class XX. Order Igenandria diandria. Chives on the pointal. 2 chives. Essential generic character. Nectarium turbinatum, obliquum, refl exum. Honeycup top-shaped, oblique and reflexed. CPL 13. Volume I Epidendrum cochletum. Specific character. Epidendrum scapotereti, laevi, folius ensiformibus, petalis lanceolates glabris, labio lanceolato, recurvato, maculato. Epidendrum with a round smooth stem, leaves sword-shaped, petals lance-shaped, smooth, lip lance-shaped, recurved and spotted. Reference to the plate. 1. The lip, detached from the flower. 2. A flower from which the lip has been separated. The sword-shaped leaved epidendrum is a native of China and Japan, was cultivated, before 1792, in the gardens of the Marchioness of Rockingham, at Hillingdon, Middlesex. It has more the habit and character of Limitorum than Epidendrum, to which genus it was first placed, and, like the Epidendrum sinens of this work, placating. Volume 3. Requires but little heat to keep it in health, preferring a sandy loam to any other matter, for its nourishment. It, like the forenamed, and several other species of this genus, or rather of the genus Limidorum, not being thick-leaved, or parasitic, where indigenous, are of consequence much easier preserved and increased than those of that description. Its flowers, which are produced in September or October, are very fragrant, particularly in the evening, continue in perfection above a month. It is propagated by parting the roots in the month of May. Our drawing was made from a plant in the Hibertian collection PG 113 PG 114 plate CCCXLV. Hyacinthus corymbosus. Linear-leaved Cape hyacinth. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx nullus. Corolla monopetala, campanulata, limbus exfidus, reflexus. Nectarium, pori trace melliferi ad apicem germinus. Stamina. Filamenta sex, subulata, brevura. Antheri connivent. Pistilum. Germen superum, rotundo trigonum, trisulcum. Styla simplex, corolla brevure. Stigma obtusum. Pericarpium. Capsula subrotunda, triquetra, trilocularis, trivalvus. Seminabina, sepius, subrotunda. Impalement none. Blossom 1 petal, bell-shaped, border 6 cleft, reflexed. Honey cup, 3 honeyed pores at the tip of the seed bud. Chives. 6 threads all shaped, shorter. Tips converging. Pointal. Seed bud above, round 3-cornered, 3 furrowed. Shaft simple, shorter than the blossom. Summit blunt. Seed vessel. Capsula roundish, 3-sided, 3-celled, 3-valved. Seeds in pairs, often, roundish. Specific character. Hyacinthus corollis infundibuliformibus, corymbosus, erectis, scapofolius linearibus brevuri. Hyacinth with funnel-shaped blossoms, growing in a broad-topped spike, upright, flower stem shorter than the leaves, which are linear. Reference to the plate. 1. A blossom, with the chives in their place, 1 chive detached, magnified. 2. The seed bud, shaft and summit, the summit detached, magnified. Amongst the plants, of this natural order, from the Cape of Good Hope, we find such an intermixture of character, in the different parts of fructification, that, if some latitude is not taken in referring them to some of the old genera, almost every fresh subject, we discover, would require a new one. This plant, although we have placed it to Hyacinthus, with those that have gone before us, has juster claims to Drymia, Polyanthus or Scylla, for it is wanting in the essential characters of Hyacinthus, being unfurnished with the honeyed pores, and having the chives inserted into the tube of the blossom, 3 of which are, alternately, double the length of the others. To Drymia, a new genus of Professor Jacquin, and a mutilation of Hyacinthus, it is most allied, but, we have not thought fit to alter its known station, as, without doubt, the multiplication of genera, or altering the place of known plants, adds but to the difficulties of a most intricate, though pleasing study. It is a hardy greenhouse bulb, delights in a mixture of peat earth and sandy loam, increases by offsets, and flowers in October or November. Our figure was made from a plant in the nursery of Mr. Williams of Turnham Green, who first imported it in 1800. It is said, by Koenig, to grow in pasture lands near the Cape Town, and was first noticed there by him pg 115 pg 116 plate Uxlv. Casuarina stricta. Upright Casuarina. Class XXI. Order Imonitia Menandria. Chives and pointal separate. 1 chive. Generic character. Asterisk masculi flores. Calyx. Amentum filiform, imbricatum, squamous minutus, uniflorus. Corolla. Squamuli bipartite, ovati, minuti. Stamina. Filamentum unicum, capillar, squama amenti longeus. Antherodidima. Asterisk feminae flores in edum arbori. Calyx. Amentum ovatocylindricum, squamous ovatis, acutus, carinatis, ciliatis. Corolla nulla. Pistilum. Germen minutum. Stylus filiformis, longus, excertus, bifidus. Stigmata duo. Pericarpium. Strobilus squamous bivalvibus, perpendicular adhere dehiscentibus. Semina solitaria, conica, margin membranacea. Asterisk male flowers. Impalement. Catkin thread shape, tiled with small one-flowered scales. Blossom. Scales two-parted, ovate, minute. Chives. Thread 1, hair-like, longer than the scale of the catkin. Tip double. Asterisk female flowers on the same plant. Impalement. Catkin ovate cylindric, with egg-shaped, acute, keeled, tiled scales. Blossom none. Pointal. Seed bud minute. Shaft thread-shaped, long, without, 2 cleft. Summits 2. Seed vessel. Cone with 2 valved scales, splitting perpendicularly. Seed solitary, conical, with a skinny edge. Specific character. Casuarina dioicaramulellus erectis, Strobilorum squamous inermibus, Vaginus masculis multifides, glabrous. Casuarina with chives and pointals distinct, and upright branchlets, scales of the cones naked, male sheaths many-parted, smooth. Reference to the plate. 1. The catkin, or terminal part of a male branchlet, magnified slightly. 2. The shaft and summit of a female floret. 3. The cone, whilst yet in flower. 4. The same magnified. The Casuarina stricta is a native of New South Wales, and was introduced, by Messrs. Kennedy and Lee, in the year 1775. It is a hardy greenhouse plant, grows to the height of 10 or 12 feet before it flowers, which is in November. It is perfectly dioicous, the male and female blossoms, never coming on the same plant, and either have little to recommend them for beauty. Their singularity is what should sooner attract our notice. The 2 figures, on the plate, which are the male and female, were taken from 2 plants, in flower, at the same time, in the collection of the Dowager Lady de Clifford, Paddington. All the species, hitherto discovered, since the first, upon which the genus was formed, the C. equisetifolia has, like this, the male and female parts of fructification on different plants, that only, being monoicous, or with the male and female parts on the same plant pg 117 pg 118 plate Uxlei. Sephora capensis. Vetch-leaved Sephora. Class X order Idicandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Periantheum monophyllum, breve, campanulatum, basi superngibum, or quinquedentato, obliquio, obtuso. Corolla papilionacea, pentapetala. Vexillum oblongum, sensum latius, rectum, lateribus reflexus. Ali dui, oblongi, basi appendiculati, longitudine vexilli. Carina dipetala, petalis alis conformibus, marginibus inferioribus approximatus, navicularibus. Stamina. Filamenta de cm, distincta, parallela, subulata, longitudine coralli, intracarina recondita. Antheri minimi, assurgens. Pistillum. Germen oblongum, teres. Stylus magnitudine et situ staminum. Stigma obtusum. Pericarpium. Legumen longissimum, tenue, uniloculare, ad semina nodosum. Semina plurima, subrotunda. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, short, bell-shaped, hunched at the base on the upper side, mouth 5-toothed, oblique, obtuse. Blossom butterfly-shaped, 5-petaled. Standard oblong, gradually wider, straight, reflexed at the sides. Wings 2, oblong, appendicled at the base, the length of the standard. Keel 2-petaled with the petals conformable to the wings, the lower margins approaching and boat-shaped. Chives. 10 threads, distinct, parallel, and shaped, the length of the blossom, within the keel. Tips very small, turned upwards. Pointal. Seed bud oblong, cylindrical. Shaft the size and situation of the chives. Summit blunt. Seed vessel. Pod very long, slender, one-celled, knobbed at the seeds. Seeds many, roundish. Specific character. Sephora foliis pinnatis, folioles lanceolates, mucronates, subtis tomentoses, col fruticoso. Sephora with winged leaves, leaflets lance-shaped, pointed, downy beneath, stem shrubby. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. The standard, or upper petal. 3. One side petal, or wing of the blossom. 4. One of the petals of the keel. 5. The chives and pointal, natural size. 6. One of the chives, magnified. 7. The pointal, natural size. This is a plant of considerable size at the Cape of Good Hope, so much so, as to be looked upon there rather as a tree, than shrub. It was first sent to England, in the year 1773, by Mr. F. Masson, is a hardy greenhouse plant, thrives in a mixture of loam and peat, and flowers in August, or September. There is no method, yet discovered, to propagate it in this country, but, as seeds are so common of this plant, near Cape Town, there is scarce a parcel arrives, from thence, which does not contain some of them. Among the new modern vagaries in botany, this genus has been thought, by the French botanists, those admirable perplexers of natural order, to be better divided in two, as some of the species happen to have the joints of the pods a little more swelled than others. How so trifling a variation, and that in a part of the plant which is known to vary, in almost every genus, through most of the species, where they are numerous, should have been deemed of sufficient moment to alter the names of so many established plants, and those determined by such authority as Linnaeus, we are at a loss to determine, and are equally astonished that Willdenow should have followed them. The new genus is termed Podalyria, and to which, this plant is attached in the new system PG 119 PG 120 plate Uxladiath. Scotia speciosa. Lentiscus leaved Scotia. Class X order Idacandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, coloratum, tubus turbinatus, subcompressus, carnosus, persistens, limbus semiconquivitus, Licinius ovates, Concavis, obtusis, erectis, equalibus. Corolla. Petala quinqua, tubocalycis imposita, oblonga, concava, obtusa, erecta, equalia, lateribus mutuo incumbentia, sessilia, Licinius calicinis duplo longora. Stamina. Filamenta de cm, subulata, erecta, petalis paulo longora, tubocalycis in orbum incerta. Antheri oblongi, incumbents. Pistilum. Germen oblongum, compressium, pedicellidum. Stylus filiformis, longitudine staminum. Stigma simplex, obtusum. Pericarpium. Legumen pedicellidum. Seminabina, ossia, subovita, magna. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, colored, tube top shaped, rather flattened, fleshy, permanent, border half 5 cleft, segments egg shaped, concave, blunt, upright, equal. Blossom. 5 petals, placed on the tube of the cup, oblong, concave, blunt, upright, equal, lying over each other at the sides, sitting, twice as long as the segments of the cup. Chives. 10 threads, all shaped, upright, a little longer than the petals, inserted in a ring into the tube of the cup. Tips oblong, laying on the threads. Pointal. Seed bud oblong, flattened, with a footstalk. Shaft thread shaped, the length of the chives. Summit simple, blunt. Seed vessel. A pod with a footstalk. Seeds 2, bony, a little egg-shaped, large. Specific character. Scotia foliis pinnatis, folioles ovates, mucronates, floribacimesis, profunda carnis. Scotia with winged leaves, leaflets egg-shaped, terminating in a point, flowers in tufts and of a deep flesh color. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower cut and spread open, shown from the outside. 2. The same, shown from the inside. 3. A flower, with the petals, and border of the cup removed, to shew the insertion of the chives into the tube of the cup. 4. The seed bud, shaft and summit, with the tube of the cup cut in halves. Our present subject stood formerly attached to the genus Guiacum, under the title of G. afrum, and has been long cultivated in Britain and Holland, perhaps more than a century. Professor Jacquin, in his Collectanea ad botanicae volume IP 93, thought fit to constitute it a new genus, naming it after his companion R. van der Scott. About the same time, the year 1786, a monograph on this plant was published at Mannheim, by Fred Cassim Medicus, under the name of Theodora speciosa, but Jacquin's title has universally obtained. To preserve this plant in good health, it should be kept in the coolest part of the hothouse, or in a dry stove, the warmth of a common greenhouse being insufficient to preserve its foliage through the winter months. It is a native of all that extent of the African coast from Senegal River, to the Cape of Good Hope, where it grows to the height of 20 feet and upwards. The seeds, which are frequently imported, keep many years in a vegetative state, and is, almost, the only method by which it can be propagated, for little success can be hoped, either from layers, or cuttings. It flowers from October till December, delighting in a light sandy loam. Perhaps, no plant which has been as long in cultivation with us, has so seldom been seen to flower, for, although the plants in the Kew Gardens and elsewhere, are of a considerable size, yet have we few instances of its flowering, no mention being made of its time of inflorescence in the catalogue of that collection. From a plant, still in flower, this present December 1803, which was literally covered with blossoms above 2 feet from its top. Our drawing was taken. It is in the valuable and extensive collection of Isaac Swainson, Esq. Twickenham, which for scientific arrangement and richness in hardy shrubs and herbaceous plants, in particular, yields to no private or public collection we know of, and which, the extreme urbanity of the liberal proprietor, is at all times open, to every botanist or collector. Pg 121 Pg 122 Plate Uxlix. Protea decumbens. Slender-stemmed Protea. Class 4. Order I Tetrandria monogenea. 4 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 4 phyta scu 4 petala. Antheri linears, inserti petalis infraapicem. Calyx proprius nullus. Semina solitaria. Blossom 4 cleft or 4 petaled. Tips linear, inserted into the petals below the point. Cup, proper, none. Seeds solitary. See Protea formosa, PL 17. Volume I specific character. Protea folius bipinnates, filiformibus, capitulas terminalibus, sessilibus, floribus incarnatus, bracteolatus, call tenue, decumbent. Protea with doubly winged leaves, thread-shaped, small heads of flowers sitting close on the ends of the branches, flowers flesh-colored with small floral leaves, stem slender and bending downwards. Reference to the plate. 1. A leaf. 2. One of the floral leaves, magnified. 3. A floret, complete. 4. One of the petals, with its chive at the point, magnified. 5. The pointal, with the summit detached and magnified. From the great number of new species of the divided-leaved proteas, we are led to conjecture, that they are as numerous as those with entire leaves. The P. decumbens, from the different specimens we have seen, appears to branch into many varieties, some with hairy leaves and stems, some with very close thick-set leaves, and some, with both stems and leaves, quite smooth. They are all, nevertheless, very slender-stemmed, and, there is little doubt but, in their natural state, they rest on the ground, although in the fashion we train them here, they have the appearance of being erect. This species is found at a considerable distance from the Cape Town, on the summits of dry sandy hills, wherefore, it must be kept in the most airy part of the greenhouse, and watered but seldom. The stem does not grow more than 18 inches long, and frequently flowers, as was the case in the present instance, when not more than 12. It is propagated, readily, from cuttings made in the month of May, if treated in the method already directed for the increase of these plants. The earth in which it should be planted is, a light sandy bright loam. Our drawing was taken in the month of July, 1802, from a plant in the Hibertian collection, to which it was introduced by Mr. Niven, in the year 1800. Pg 123 Pg 124 Plate CCCL. Lacanalia pustulata. Rough-leaved Lacanalia. Class 6. Order I Hexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla sexpetala, in furrow, petalis tribus in furrow, petalis tribus interioribus longoribus. Stamina erecta. Capsula subovida, triolata. Semina globosa. Blossom 6 petals, beneath, the 3 inner petals the longest. Chives erect. Capsule nearly egg-shaped, 3-winged. Seeds globular. See Lacanalia pendula, PLXLI. Volume I specific character. Lacanalia folius geminis, lanceolato linearibus, dense facie pustulates, scapo reclinato, floribus subcampanulates, Albovirentibus. Lacinalia with leaves in pairs, linearly lance-shaped, thickly covered with pustules on the face, stem bent downwards, flowers rather bell-shaped, of a whitish green. Reference to the plate. 1. A flower. 2. The same, cut open, with the chives in their place. 3. The pointle. The drawing, from which our figure of this species of Lacinalia was taken, was made from a plant communicated by Isaac Swainson, ESQ, from his Botanic Gardens, Twickenham, Middlesex, where it is still in flower, this present month of January, 1804, and where we believe it is only to be met with at present in this kingdom. It is one of the largest growing plants of the genus. The leaves when in a soil it approves attaining the length of 18 inches, or more. It is as hardy as any of the tribe, very fragrant, easily preserved, increasing freely by the root, and flowering with certainty when the bulb has become of a sufficient size. It grows best in a mixture of light loam and peat, about 2/3 loam, and 1 of peat pg 125 pg 126 plate Uckley. Pultinia rubiifolia. Madder-leaved Pultinia. Class X, order Idocandria monogenea. 10 chives. 1 pointle. Essential generic character. Calyx quinquedentatus, Eutrinche appendiculatus. Corolla papilionacea, Alice vexillobrevuribus. Legumen uniloculare, dispermum. Cup 5-toothed, with an appendage on each side. Blossom butterfly-shaped, with the wings shorter than the standard. Pod of 1 cell with 2 seeds. See Pultinia daphnoides, P.L. Scadiath. Volume 2. Specific character. Pultinia foliis tiernis, verticillus, lanceolates, serratis, rigides, floribus capitatus, Cerealio purpurace. Pultinia with leaves growing by threes in whorls, lance-shaped, sawed and harsh, flowers grow in heads, and of a bluish purple. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. The standard. 3. One of the wings. 4. The 2 petals of the keel. 5. The chives and pointle. 6. The same, magnified. 7. The pointle. 8. A ripe seed pod, open. 9. One of the seeds, of its natural size when ripe. Here we find another hiatus to fill up, or pass over. Either a new genus is to be formed for this plant, or we must not boggle at trifles, and skip over one of the essential characters of Dr. Smith's Pultinias, the appendices, or props at the side of the cup, which are wanting in this plant, though agreeing in every other. We have, however, until the doctor shall think fit to regulate these new, numerous, and intricate genera and species from New Holland, made no scruple to add this plant, as another species, to the genus Pultinia. It is a low-growing bushy shrub, seldom attaining more than a foot in height, is very apt to be destroyed by damp in winter, and is not to be propagated but by seeds, which, however, it perfects in this country. The blossoms begin to appear in May, and continue in succession through the summer months of June, July, and August. It should be kept warm and dry in winter, growing with most luxuriance in light sandy peat earth, and flowering the second year from the seed. This plant was first raised in 1792, by Messrs. Lee and Kennedy, at their nursery, Hammersmith, where our drawing was taken pg 127 pg 128 plate Ucklei. Helonias bulata. Spear-leaved Helonias. Class 6. Order 3. Hexandria triginea. 6 chives. 1 pointle. Generic character. Calyx nullus. Corolla. Petala sex, oblongata, equalia, decidua. Stamina. Filamenta sex, subulata, Corolla paulo longora. Antheri incumbens. Pistilum. Germen subrotundum, trigonum. Stylitrace, breves, reflexi. Stigmata obtusa. Pericarpium. Capsula subrotunda, trilocularis. Semina numerosa, angulata, minima. Impalement, none. Blossom. 6 petals, oblong, equal, deciduous. Chives. 6 threads, all shaped, a little longer than the blossom. Tips lying on the threads. Pointal. Seed bud roundish, 3-sided. Shafts 3, short and reflexed. Summits obtuse. Seed vessel. Capsule roundish, 3-celled. Seeds numerous, ungulated, very small. Specific character. Helonias folius lanceolates, nervosus, Bractes cordato lanceolates. Helonias with lance-shaped, nerved leaves, floral leaves between lance and heart-shaped. Reference to the plate. 1 flower, complete. 2 the chives and pointal, natural size. 3 the same, magnified. All the species of this genus, yet discovered, are natives of North America, and are considered as hardy herbaceous plants, the winters of this country not being too severe for them, although they are found as far south as Carolina, yet they are more plentiful in Pennsylvania, about Philadelphia. They flourish most in a shady, moist situation, and increase, freely, by parting the roots in the month of March. The flowers are produced in May, the flower stem increasing in length, till the flowers are entirely decayed. The Helonias bullata has been an inhabitant of our gardens ever since the year 1758, when it was introduced by Mr. P. H. Miller, and cultivated by him at Chelsea. C. Mill. IC 181. T 272. Our drawing was made at the nursery, Hammersmith, in June 1801 pg 129 pg 130 plate Ucleath. Aspalathus crassifolius. Thick-leaved Aspalathus. Class 17. Order 4. Diadelphia decandria. Threads in 2 sets. 10 chives. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium monophyllum, semiconquifidum, Lacinius acuminates, equalibus, superior longor. Corolla papilionacea. Vexillum compressum, adscendens, obovidum, extern sepius hirsudum, obtusum cum acumen. Ali lunulati, obtusi, patuli, vexillo breviaries. Carina bifida, Alis conformis. Stamina. Filamenta de cm, conida in vaginum, superindihicentum longitudinaliter, adscendentia. Antheri oblongi. Pistilum. Germen ovidum. Styla simplex, adscendens. Stigma acudum. Pericarpium. Legumen ovidum, muticum. Semina sepius duo, reniformia. Obs singulare huic folia ex edum gemma plura in planta frutescent. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, half 5 cleft, segments tapered, equal, the upper one longer. Blossom butterfly shape. Standard compressed, ascending, inversely egg-shaped, often hairy on the outside, obtuse with a point. Wings half-moon shaped, obtuse, spreading, shorter than the standard. Keel 2 cleft, like the wing. Chives. 10 threads, united into a sheath, gaping longitudinally at top, ascending. Tips oblong. Pointal. Seed bud egg-shaped. Shaft simple, ascending. Summit pointed. Seed vessel. Pod egg-shaped, beardless. Seeds frequently 2, kidney-shaped. OBS. This genus is singular in having several leaves from the same bud, on a shrubby plant. Specific character. Aspalathus folius fasciculates, carnosus, terretibus, glabrous, apicibus floribus capitatus, terminalibus, calicibus bracteatus. Aspalathus with leaves bundled, fleshy, cylindrical, smooth and bristled at the point. Flowers grow in heads at the end of the branches, cups with floral leaves. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup. 2. The standard. 3. One of the wings. 4. The keel. 5. The chives and pointle. 6. The chives, spread open and magnified. 7. The pointle. From the number of specimens in the herbarium of G. Hibbert, ESQ, which we should refer to this genus, it stands fair to rival, in number of species, every other, natives of the Cape of Good Hope, with the exception of Erica, geranium, and protea. This species has many varieties, and we are in doubt whether this is not one from the A. carnosa, or A. pinguis of Thunberg, for although, the cup, in the one, may differ, in having the segments described as pointed, and in the other, the leaves may be rather three-sided, yet, may our plant be no more than a slight variation from either of them, but this we cannot decide without living plants of each, for dried specimens would not determine the fact. This plant was introduced to the Hibbertian collection, in 1800, by Mr. Niven, from the Cape. It is a tender greenhouse plant, grows to the height of 18 inches, very bushy, and covers itself with flowers about July, in which month, 1803, our drawing was taken. It has hitherto put the ability of Mr. Allen, which is not often the case, to a stand for a method to propagate it, but we have hopes, as most of the species do, that it will ripen its seeds in this country. PG 131 PG 132 Plate Uclive. Geranium revolutum. Reflex floral leaf geranium. Class 16. Order 4. Monadelphia decandria. Threads united. 10 chives. Essential generic character. Monogyna. Stigmata quinqua. Fructus rostratus, Pentacoccus. 1 pointle. 5 summits. Fruit furnished with long awns, 5 dry berries. Specific character. Geranium folius cordatis, obtusis, nervosus, CP auriculates, peduncules multiflorus, involucri polyphyllus, folioles revolutus, floribus pentandrus, Radis tuberosa. Geranium with heart-shaped leaves, obtuse, nerved and often eared, flower stems many-flowered, fence many-leaved, leaflets rolled back, flowers with 5 fertile chives, root tuberous. Reference to the plate. 1. The impalement cut open to shew its tubular structure. 2. The chives and pointle. 3. The chives, spread open, magnified. 4. The pointle, magnified. This very fine geranium is, as yet, only in the Clapham collection. It has no properties, which regard its culture or propagation, differing from the rest of its congeners, was sent from the Cape, by Mr. Niven, in 1800. Flowers in July. The leaves of this species have most affinity, in appearance, to those of G. melananthum, particularly in being like them frequently eared, and even sometimes winged. We have named it, specifically, from the singular revolute character of the involucrum, at the base of each bunch of flowers. PG 133 PG 134 Plate CCCLV. Leea pinnata. Winged-leaved Lea. Class V. Order Ipentandria monogenea. 5 chives. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Periantheum monophyllum, campanulatum, coriaceum, quinquedentatum, persistens. Corolla monopetala, tubus longitudine calycis, limbus quinquefitus, equalis, lacinius saccatis. Nectarium basi interioris coralli adnatum, corolla dimitio brevius, erectum, urceolatum, quinquefidum, lobes emarginates. Stamina. Filamenta quinqua, inserta basi exteriori nectarii. Antheri ovati, versatiles. Pistillum. Germen subglobosum. Styla simplex, nectario brevure. Stigma obtusum. Pericarpium. Bacca orbiculata, depressa, quinquilocularis. Semina quinqua, solitaria. Impalement. Cup 1 leaf, bell-shaped, leathery, 5-toothed, remaining. Blossom 1 petal, tube the length of the cup, border 5 cleft, equal, segments bagged. Honey cup fixed to the base of the inside of the blossom, by the half shorter than the blossom, erect, pitcher-shaped, 5 cleft, lobes notched at the end. Chives. 5 threads inserted into the outside of the base of the honey cup. Tips egg-shaped, versatile. Pointal. Seed bud almost globular. Shaft simple, shorter than the honey cup. Summit blunt. Seed vessel. Berry orbicular, flattened, 5-celled. Seeds 5, solitary. Specific character. Leofolius imparipinates, oppositus, caltereti, glabro, racemes ungulatis, angules undulates. Lea with winged leaves terminated by an odd one and opposite, stem round and smooth, branches angled, angles waved. Reference to the plate. 1. The cup, natural size. 2. A blossom. 3. A flower complete, magnified. 4. The honey cup, shown from the inside, cut open, a little magnified. 5. A blossom, with the honey cup and chives, magnified. 6. The honey cup and chives shown from the outside, magnified. 7. The pointal, magnified. Lea and Aquileia have, of late, been considered as not possessing sufficient essentially differing characters to constitute two genera, and Aquileia has been lost in Lea. Our present subject is a species of the former Aquileias, is mentioned by Gärtner, who says, it approaches A. sambucina, now Lea sambucina, to which indeed it has much resemblance, but differs in having opposite, not alternate branches, being scentless, having the leaves rather rough and the stem smooth. It is a native of the East Indies, requiring the tan bed to make it flower, is half shrubby, and is increased by cuttings. Flowers in August. Our figure is from a specimen communicated to us by Aylmer Bourke Lambert, ESQ, who raised it from seeds received from Dr. Roxburgh, in 1801, under the name of Lea crispa, which is a native of Africa, and has been long in most of our collections of hothouse plants, but is in the highest state of cultivation, under the care of Mr. Hoy, in that of His Grace the Duke of Northumberland, Zion House, near Brentford, pg 135 pg 136 Plate Uckelby. Arum oryxensis. Oryxian cuckoo pint. Class XX. Order 11. Gynandria polyandria. Chives on the pointal. Many chives. Essential generic character. Calyx. Spatha monophylla, maxima, oblonga, basi convoluta, apis connivens, ventra compressa, interne colorata. Spadix clavatus, simplicissimus, Spatha paulobrevure, coloratus, infern germanibus obvalatus, Marx sens supra germana. Corolla nulla. Stamina. Filamenta nulla, nisi nectaria basi crassa, desinentia in cirros filiforms, deorum ordinum medio spadis ingredients. Antheri plurimi, sessiles, tetragoni, cirorum duplici ordin interjecti, spadici adnati. Pistula. Germina plurima, basin spadicis vestientia, infrastamina collicata, obovata. Styli nulli. Stigmata vilis barbata. Pericarpia. Bacchi totidem, globosi, uniloculares. Semina plura, subrotunda. Impalement. Sheath one leaf, very large, oblong, convolute at the base, converging at the top, the belly compressed, colored within. Sheathed fruitstock club shaped, quite simple, a little shorter than the sheath, colored, set round with seed buds on the lower part, withering above the seed buds. Blossom none. Chives. Threads none except the honey cups, which are thick at the base and terminated in thread-shaped tendrils, issuing in 2 rows from the middle of the sheathed fruitstock. Tips many, sitting, 4-sided, fixed to the fruitstock, and disposed between the 2 rows of tendrils. Pointils. Seed buds many, cloathing the base of the fruitstock, set below the chives, inversely egg-shaped. Shafts none. Summits bearded with soft hairs. Seed vessels. As many berries, globular, and 1 cellid. Seeds. Many, roundish. Specific character. Arum, acule, folius ternatis, venosus, discoloribus, spatha declinata, flor atropurpureo. Cuco pint, stemless, leaves 3-fold, full of veins, 2-colored, sheath bent downward, flower of a deep purple. Reference to the plate. 1. The whole flower, shown from the front with the sheath opened, to expose the parts of fructification. This pretty plant is a native of the East Indies, in that country from which it derives its specific title. It has much affinity with many others of the genus, which at first sight appear rather as varieties, than meriting to be treated as species, but, in this instance, we submit our judgment to that of Dr. Roxburgh, by whom it has been introduced to us under the name it here bears, in the year 1802. Our figure was taken, in the month of October 1803, from a plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore. The flower is scentless, pg 137, pg 138, plate Euclei. Arctatus paradoxa. Chamomile-leaved Arctatus. Class 19. Order 4. Syngenacea polygamia necessaria. Tips united. Necessary pointils. Generic character. Calyx communa subrotundus, imbricatus, squames inferioribus laxuribus, subulates, medius ovatis, intimis oblongis, apus scarioso, rotundato, concavo. Corolla composita radiata, corolluli hermaphroditi plurimi in disco. Feminini ligulati, virviginti, discus diametro longores. Propria hermaphroditus infundibuliformis, limbo quinquefido, apicibus reflexus, equalibus. Femines ligulata, lanceolata, tenuissime tridentata, tubo brevissimo. Stamina hermaphroditus, filamenta quinqua, capillaria, brevissima. Anthera cylindracea, quinquedentata, longitudine corolluli. Pistillum hermaphroditus, German vix manifestum. Styla cylindraceus, corolla paulo longer. Stigma simplex. Femines German ovito tetragonum, villosum, coronatum colliculo proprio. Stylus filiformis. Stigmata duo, ovita oblonga, Crassiuscula, erecta. Pericarpium nullum. Calyx immutatus. Semina hermaphroditus nulla. Feminae solitaria, subrotunda, villosa. Pupus perianthium proprium pentaphyllum, folioles ovatis, patentibus, coronatus perianthii proprii folioles ovatis in orbum positus. Receptaculum pilosum scu paleaceum, planiusculum. Impalement common roundish, tiled, lower scales more loose, all-shaped, middle ones egg-shaped, innermost oblong, harsh, rounded, concave at the point. Blossom compound ride, hermaphrodite florets numerous in the center. Of the females tongue-shaped, nearly 20, longer than the diameter of the center. Proper of the hermaphrodites funnel-shaped, border 5 cleft, ends reflexed, equal. Of the females tongue-shaped, lance-shaped, slightly 3-toothed, tube very short. Chives of the hermaphrodites, 5 threads hair-like, very short. Tip cylindric 5-toothed, the length of the floret. Pointle of the hermaphrodites, seed bud scarce visible. Shaft cylindric, a little longer than the blossom. Summit simple. Of the female seed bud egg-shaped four-cornered, hairy, crowned by its proper cup. Shaft thread-shaped. Summits 2, oblong egg-shaped, thickish, upright. Seed vessel none. Impalement unchanged. Seeds in the hermaphrodites none. In the females solitary roundish, hairy. Feather, proper cup 5-leaved, leaflets, egg-shaped, spreading, crowned by the proper cup with the leaflets placed in a round. Receptacle hairy or chaffy, flattish. Specific character. Arctatus floscules radiantibus sterilibus, paleis disco longoribus coloratus, folius bipinnatus, linearibus. Arctatus with the florets of the circumference sterile, chaffs colored and longer than the florets of the center, leaves doubly winged, linear. Reference to the plate. 1. An inner scale of the cup. 2. An outer scale of the cup. 3. A petal of the circumference, with its tubular base, which is sterile. 4. A chalky division of the florets of the center, magnified. 5. A female floret of the center, magnified. 6. The chives of an hermaphrodite floret, spread open and magnified. 7. The pointle of an hermaphrodite floret, natural size. 8. The same, magnified. 9. The seed bud of a female floret, natural size, with its feather. 10. The same, magnified. Of all the plants, numerous as they are, composing this natural class, we know of no one, the Virgilia, a native of Peru, and introduced to us from the Paris gardens by Mons. Toine, about 20 years ago, but since lost to Europe, accepted, which can rival our present subject. It is a native of the Cape of Good Hope, and is said, in the Kew Catalogue, to have been introduced to that collection, in 1774, by Mr. Masson. Whether this is the A Paradoxa of Linn. SP 1307. Volume 2, we are not certain, as the chaff, dividing the florets, is there described as of nearly the length of the ray, giving the flower an appearance of doubleness, and is there likewise marked as an annual. But, there is little doubt of its being the plant intended in the Kew Catalogue. Under our title, it is there made biennial, which is its true character, as it does not flower the first year from seeds. It may be propagated by cuttings of the first year's growth, delights in a light sandy loam, and flowers in July or August. Our drawing was made in 1802, from a plant in the Hybertian collection, which had been raised from seeds, sent the preceding year, from the Cape, by Mr. Niven pg 139 pg 140 plate Uclayeth. Amaryllis brasiliensis. Brazilian lily daffodil. Class 6. Order Ihexandria monogenea. 6 chives. 1 pointal. Essential generic character. Corolla 6 petala, campanulata, stigma trifidum. Blossom 6 petaled, bell-shaped. Summit 3 cleft. See Amaryllis radiata, PLXCV. Volume 2. Specific character. Amaryllis, spatha by SEU triflora, petalis ovatoacuminates, equalibus, costatis, ad basin albides, patentibus, genitalibus declinates, folius lineari lanceolates, acutus. Lily daffodil, sheath 2 or 3 flowered, petals egg-shaped tapered, equal, ribbed, white at the base and spreading, parts of fructification bent downwards, leaves linear lance-shaped, pointed. Reference to the plate. 1. A petal with its chive. 2. The seed bud, with part of the tube of the blossom and partial fruit stalk. This fine lily, from the Brazils, can scarcely be thought more than a variety of A. reginae, to which plant, both this, and the A. equestris of Mr. Curtis, may be referred without much flexion of the original species. We have, however, preserved the title under which it has been known since its introduction, which was, in the year 1798, by the late Marchioness of Bude, from Spain. Our drawing was taken from a plant in the collection of J. Vere, Esq. Kensington Gore, in the month of October, 1803. It has all the merits of the most easily cultivated species of the genus, increasing freely by the bulb, growing with luxuriance in almost any earth, and requiring but little heat to make it flower. Pg 141 Pg 142 Plate Uclix. Tagetes lucida. Sweet chili marigold. Class 19. Order 2. Syngenacea polygamia superflua. Tips united. Superfluous pointals. Generic character. Calyx communis simplicissimus, monophyllous, tubulosus, oblongus, pentagonus, quinquedentatus. Corolla composita radiata, corolli hermaphroditi tubulosi, plures in disco elevato, feminia ligulati quinqua in radio. Propria hermaphroditus tubulosa, semiconquifida, erecta, calice longer, Lacinius linearibus, intrusum villosus. Femines ligulata, hermaphrodites longer, longitudine et latitudine fer equalis, obtusissima, versus tubum angustier, tomentosa persistens. Stamina hermaphroditus, filamenta quinqua, capillaria, brevissima. Anthera cylindracea, tubulosa. Pistilum hermaphroditus, German oblongum. Stylus filiformis, longitudine staminum. Stigma bifidum, tenue, refl exum. Femines, German oblongum. Stylus filiformis, longitudine hermaphroditus. Stigma bifidum, tenue, refl exum. Pericarpium nullum. Calyx immutatus. Semina hermaphroditus solitaria, linearia, compressa, calice paulo brevura. Pupus aristus quinqua, erectis, acuminates, inequalibus. Femines semilima hermaphrodites. Receptaculum nudum, planum. Impalement common, quite simple, one leaf, tubular, oblong, five-sided, five-toothed. Blossom, compound raised, hermaphrodite florets tubular, numerous in an elevated center, females tongue-shaped 5 in the circumference. Proper of the hermaphrodites, tubular, half 5 cleft, upright, longer than the cup, segments linear, hairy within. Of the females tongue-shaped longer than the hermaphrodites, of nearly the same length and breadth, very blunt, narrower towards the tube, downy, remaining. Chives of the hermaphrodites, 5 threads, hair-like, very short. Tip cylindric, tubular. Pointal of the hermaphrodites, seed bud oblong. Shaft thread-shaped, the length of the chives. Summit 2 cleft, slender, reflexed. Of the females, seed bud oblong. Shaft thread-shaped, the length of the hermaphrodite. Summit 2 cleft, slender, reflexed. Seed vessel none. Cup unchanged. Seeds of the hermaphrodites solitary, linear, flat, a little shorter than the cup. Feather 5 ons, upright, tapered, unequal. Of the females like the hermaphrodites. Receptacle naked, flat. Specific character. Tagetes call herbaceous, erecto, floribacimesis, parvis, luteus, odoratissimis. Marigold with an upright, herbaceous stem, flowers in tufts, small, yellow, and very sweet-scented. Reference to the plate. 1. The common impalement. 2. A floret of the circumference, with its seed bud and pointal. 3. The same, magnified. 4. A floret of the center, natural size. 5. The same, magnified. 6. A ripe seed, magnified. This plant is a native of Chile, South America, and was sent to England by Dr. Ortega, from the Royal Gardens, Madrid, to the late Marchionus of Bude, who first raised it from seeds in the year 1798. It is perfectly herbaceous, but will flower the first year from the seed, will endure moderate frost, and may be considered as a hardy herbaceous plant. Is increased either by seeds, or by parting the roots, delights in a moderately stiff soil, flowering from July till November. If kept in a pot, the flowers, which are very fragrant, will continue in succession through the whole winter. Tagetes minuta of Linnaeus's sp. Plant. Volume 2. p. 1250, quoted from his Hortus Cliffortianus, and Delineus's Hortus Elthamensis, seems much affined to this plant, but, as that is annual, this cannot be considered as a variety of it. Our drawing was taken at the Hammersmith Nursery PG 143 PG 144 plate CCCLX. Renial Maya nutans. Drooping flowered Renial Maya. Class I Order Hymenandria monogenea. 1 chive. 1 pointal. Generic character. Calyx. Perianthium superum, monophyllum, apis rumpens in duo scu trace dentes irregulars. Corolla monopetala. Tubus rectus, cylindricus, limbus trifidus, Lacinius duobus superioribus oblongis, rotundatis, equalibus, inferior superioribus vix longor, canaliculata, oblonga. Nectarium tubocorally adnatum, sub Lacinius superioribus ascendens, rectum, longitudine coralli, oblongum, basi utrinque unidentatum, tum sinu excavate, apis dilatatum et obtuse trilobatum. Stamen. Filamentum nullum. Anthera unica, fauci tubi incerta, in sinu Lacinii inferioris coralli, nectario opposita, libera, recta, linearis, emarginata, interius sulco exerata, longitudine et latitudine Lacinii coralli. Pistilum. Germen infirm, oblongum, obsolete triquetrum, glabrum. Stylus filiformis, glaberimus, erectus, longitudine coralli. Stigma pultatum, capitulo plano, latera ad nectarium virgent truncato, perforato, foramine in stylum decurrent. Pericarpium. Bacca oblonga, trisulca, teres, glabra, umbilico terminata, carnosa, in medio trilocularis. Loculamentum alia, membranacea. Semina plurima, oblonga, truncata, tetragona, glaberrima. Impalement. Cup above, one-leafed, breaking open into 2 or 3 irregular teeth. Blossom on petal. Tube straight, cylindrical, border 3-cleft, the 2 upper segments oblong, rounded, equal, the lower one, scarcely longer than the upper ones, channeled, oblong. Honey cup fixed to the tube of the blossom, ascending beneath the upper segment straight the length of the blossom, oblong one-toothed on each side of the base, then with a hollow bosom widening at the end and obtusely 3-lobed. Chive. Thread, none. Tip 1 inserted into the throat of the tube, in the bosom of the lower segment of the blossom, opposite to the honey cup, free, straight, linear, notched at the end, grooved on the inside, of the same length and breadth as the segment of the blossom. Pointal. Seed bud beneath, oblong, obscurely 3-sided, smooth. Shaft thread-shaped, very smooth, upright the length of the blossom. Summit shield-shaped, with a flat head, the side fronting the honey cup appearing cut off, perforated by a hole running into the shaft. Seed vessel. Very oblong, 3-furrowed, cylindrical, smooth, terminated by a navel, fleshy in the middle, 3-celled. Cells soft, skinny. Seeds numerous, oblong, appearing cut off, 4-cornered, very smooth. Specific character. Renial myofolius vaginantibus, Floribus racemosis terminalibus pendulis, fructia piloso. Renial mya with sheathing leaves, flowers in bunches terminating the branches, hanging down, fruit hairy. Reference to the plate. 1. A miniature representation of the plant. 2. The outer sheath of the blossom. 3. A flower complete. 4. The honey cup. 5. The chive, pointal, and seed bud. 6. The pointal and seed bud cleared of the small inner sheath which surrounds the base of the chive and shaft, with the summit detached and magnified. 7. One of the small corpusculi which embrace the base of the shaft, magnified. 8. The small sheath which crowns the seed bud, magnified. 9. The seed bud, cut transversely, magnified. Amongst the numerous new plants introduced from China by the late Mr. Slater, of Leytonstone, in the year 1793, this is certainly to be considered as amongst the most beautiful. The only drawback to its general merit, as a hothouse plant, is the great height to which it might attain before it flowers, being in common 14 or 15 feet. It propagates by offsets, and is kept with little trouble, as it will flourish in almost any soil, and will flower, if set in any part of the hothouse, so as not to interrupt its growth, the blossoms being produced only from the summit. Although with us the stem is permanent, as with some others of the same natural habit, yet it cannot, we think, with propriety be considered as either a tree or shrub, but rather herbaceous. Some contention, at first, arose whether this plant should be referred to the present genus, which was formed, by the younger Linnaeus, from a plant a native of Suriname, America, some of the parts not exactly corresponding, especially the fruit. We have nevertheless made no scruple in placing it to that genus, with which, upon an inspection of the dissections, it will be found very well to accord. Our figure was taken from a plant which flowers, annually, in the month of July, in the collection of J. Veer, ESQ Kensington Gore pg 145 pg 146 index to the plants contained in Vol. V. Plate 289 Protea cordata heart-shaped leaved Protea gh. Shrub. March. 290 Aponogeton distachyon broad-leaved Aponogeton h. Aqua. Alzheimer 291 Senecio pseudochinokinarut groundsel h. Herb. July 292 Geranium undulatum waved flowered geranium g. Herb. June 293 Lachnea purpurea purple flowered Lachnea g. Shrub. July 294 Protea candicans hoary leaved Protea g. Shrub. August 295 Passiflora aurantia Norfolk Island passion flower g. Shrub. July 296 Lacanalia rose colored Lacanalia g. Bulb. May 297 Nymphea odorata sweet scented water lily. Aqua. Alzheimer 298 Anthericum costatum ribbed leaved Anthericum g. Bulb. August 299 Lacanalia reflexara flexed flowered Lacanalia g. Bulb. June 300 Geranium oxalidifolium woodsorrel leaved geranium g. Herb. July 301 Protea grandiflora. Various foliund. Large flowered Protea. Waved leaved various g. Shrub. May 302 Lacanalia fragrant sweet scented Lacanalia g. Bulb. March 303 Geranium barbatum bearded leaved geranium g. Herb. July 304 Daviaceae ulicifolia furs leaved Daviaceae g. Shrub. May 305 Geranium coronillafolium coronilla leaved geranium g. Herb. July 306 Elytris fragrant sweet scented Elytris h. Shrub. May 307 Protea globosa globe flowered Protea g. Shrub. May 308 Crotolaria varicosa blue flowered Crotolaria h. May 309 Pultinia villosa hairy Pultinia g. Shrub. June 310 Stachys coccinea scarlet clownheel g. Herb. July 311 Geranium pinnatum wedged leaved geranium g. Herb. May 312 Stiffelia viridis green flowered Stiffelia g. Shrub. April 313 Justitia lucidationing leaved Justitia h. Shrub. August 314 Itea spinosa thorny tg. Shrub. September 315 Orchis bicornistiquo horned Orchis h. Herb. September 316 Olea apetala petalless olive g. Shrub. March 317 Geranium undulatum. Minor waved flowered geranium. Lesser various g. Herb. July 318 Hemanthus multifloras many flowered blood flower h. Bulb. June 319 Vicia galagifoliagotes leaved vetch g. Herb. August 320 Pultinia ilicifolia holly leaved Pultinia g. Shrub. June 321 Arethusa plicatiplated leaved Arethusa h. Herb. July 322 Pitcairnea latifolia broad-leaved Pitcairnea h. Herb. July 323 Geranium barbatum. Various minor. Bearded leaved geranium. Lesser various g. Herb. July 324 Magnolia purpurea purple flowered Magnolia h. Shrub. June 325 Codon royani prickly Codon g. Bayan. August 326 Farnaceum linear. Fl. alb. Linear leaved Farnaceum g. Shrub. July 327 Xeranthemum argentum silvery everlasting flower g. Shrub. April 328 Geranium bubonifolia Macedonian parsley leaved geranium g. Herb. June 329 Farnaceum linearia linear leaved Farnaceum. White various g. Shrub. July 330 Nymphea stellata starred water lily. Aqua. August 331 Xylophila falcatachi mitre-shaped leaved Xylophila h. Shrub. August 332 Protea anemonifolia anemone leaved Protea g. Shrub. August 333 Sagittaria lancifolia lance leaved arrowhead h. H.aqua. July 334 Struthyla tomentosa downy-leaved Struthyla g. H. Shrub. August 335 Gladiolus pyramidae tus pyramidal spiked Gladiolus g. H. Bulb. August 336 Anchusa capensis cape alkanet g. H. Shrub. July 337 Protea triternata cluster-headed Protea g. H. Shrub. July 338 Geranium coronopifolia umbix horn-leaved Geranium g. H. Bion. August 339 Lobelia coronopifolia bux horn-leaved Lobelia g. H. Bion. August 340 Lobelia gracilis slender-stemmed Lobelia g. H. N. August 341 Phaseolus caracolas nail flower kidney bean. H. Shrub. August 342 Cobia scandens climbing Cobia g. H. Shrub. October 343 Blandfordia cordata heart-shaped leaved Blandfordia g. H. Herb. June 344 Epidendrum encephalium sword-shaped leaved Epidendrum h. H. Shrub. September 345 Hyacinthus corymbosus linear-leaved Cape hyacinth. H. Bulb. October 346 Casuarina stricta upright Casuarina g. H. Shrub. November 347 Sephora capensis leaved Sephora g. H. Shrub. August 348 Scotia specios alandiscus leaved Scotia h. H. Shrub. October 349 Protea decumbens slender-stemmed Protea g. H. Shrub. July 350 Lachan alia pustulata rough-leaved Lachanalia g. H. Bulb. December 351 Pultini rubii folia madder-leaved Pultini ig. H. Shrub. July 352 Helonia spulata spear-leaved Helonias har. Herb. June 353 Aspalathus crassifolius thick-leaved Aspalathus g. H. Shrub. July 354 Geranium revolutum reflex floral-leaved Geranium g. H. Herb. July 355 Lea pinnatonged-leaved Lea h. H. Herb. August 356 Arum oryxensis oryxian cuco pinth. H. Herb. October 357 Arctatus paradoxa chamomile-leaved Arctatus g. H. Bion. August 358 Amaryllis brasiliensis Brazilian lily daffodil. H. Bulb. October 359 Tagetes lucida sweet chili marigold g. H. Herb. August 360 Renial Maya nutans drooping flowered Renial Maya h. H. Herb. July PG 147 Irata. Plate 297, Class. Propolyandria, Leg, Polyandria. 299, SPCH Lin. 2 Proequilis, Leg, Equilis. 301, SPCH Lin. Antiti. Procrystati, Leg, Cristati. 309, S. General CH Lin. 1. Pro quinquidentatus, Leg, Quinquidentatus. 310, Plate, 4 Stitches, Reed, Stachys. Calyx Lin. 3. Pro dentricules, Leg, Denticules. 313, Pointal. Lin. 1. Put, dot, after top-shaped. 314, Pericarpium, Lin. 2. Pro mucinato, Leg, Mucranato. 316, Title, 4 petal-less, Reed, petalless. 323, SPCH Lin. 1. Post, inequaliter, Deli, 325, Calyx, Lin. 2. Pro duodecim, Leg, duodecim. Description, Lin. 2. 4. Vegetating, Reed, vegetating. 326, SPCH Pro inequalibus, Leg, inequalibus. 329, Essen. Ch Lin. 3. Direction for VV put volume V331, General Ch Pointal, Lin. 2. After 3, 4, short, read, spreading, 2 cleft. 337, SPCH Lin. 3. Probractes, leg, bracteatus. 341, plate, 4 phaseolus, red, phaseolus. 342, descript. Lin. 4, East Indies, reed, Chile, South America. 345, plate, 4, Carimbosa, reed, Carimbosus. 346, descript. Lin. 8, has, like this, red, have like this. 347, chives, Lin. 2, after, length of, leave out, comma, 350, Essen. Ch Lin. 1, Dele, Petalis tribus in furrow. 353, title, Pro crassifolius, leg, crassifolia. pg 148 alphabetical index to the first 2D. 3D 4th and 5th volume of the Botanist's Repository. PL volume ISO on Canarians 2013 Elytris fragrans 3065 Sarmentis 541 Allium gracil 1072 Amaryllis brasilinus 3585 Fothergillea 1633 Radiata 952 Reticulata 1793 Anchusa capensis 3365 Anemone palmata 1723 Anthericum costatum 2985 Antheles arenacea 151 Antholosa ethiopica 2103 Fulgens 1923 Ringens 321 Spicata 561 Tubulosa 1743 Aponogeton distachyon 2905 Arctatus paradoxa 3575 Arethusa plicata 3215 Aristi cyania 101 Major 1603 Arum oryxensis 3565 Asclepias gigantea 2714 Aspalathus crassifolius 3535 Aster dentata 611 Reflexus 932 Atragene austriaca 803 Capensis 91 Azalea pontica 161 Banksia ericophilia 1563 Primorsa 2584 Serrata 822 Borea rubioides 1983 Bignonia lucazylon 431 Pandorana 862 Blandfordia cordata 3435 Borbonia cordata 311 Borania pinnata 581 Brunsfelsia undulata 1673 Bucknera fetida 802 Pedunculata 842 Camellia japonica, Alb. PL 251 Japonica place VG. 2. 912 Japonica rub. PL 1993 Carner areolatifolia 2014 Casuarina stricta 3465 Cerbera ahae 2314 Undulata 1302 Calone campanuloides 401 Rueloides 341 Chiococa racemosa 2844 Chrysanthemum tricolor 1092 Cinna aria orida 241 Clematis Arna 711 Clusia flava 2234 Cabia scandens 3425 Codon royani 3255 Cordia sebastina 1573 Cortisa mathioli 11 Coria alba 171 Crassula odoratissima 261 Crativa caparoides 1763 Crinum gigantum 1693 Spiral 922 Croe saligna 792 Crotolaria varicosa 3085 Cyanella capensis 1412 Sertanthus obliquus 2654 Citicis tomentosus 2374 Daphne pontica 732 Daviaceae ulicifolia 3045 Diosmolatifolia 331 Dodonea triquetra 2304 Dracaena borealis 2063 Echides suberecta 1873 Echium argentum 1543 Ferocisssimum 391 Glaucophyllum 1653 Grandiflorum 201 Embothrium buxifolium 2184 Linear 2724 Salignum 2153 Ceraceum 1002 Epidendrum cochletum 131 Encepholium 3445 Sinens 2163 Epigeorapens 1022 Euranthemum pulchellum 882 Falceorapens 2574 Fair Aria pavonia 1783 Viridiflora 2854 Fuchsia Lychioides 1202 Galaxia grandiflora 1643 Ovata 942 Gardenia tubiflora 1833 Gaultheria procumbens 1162 Gentiana purpurea 1172 Geranium astragalifolium 1903 Barbatum 3035 Barbatum minor 3235 Bubonifolium 3285 Ciliatum 2474 Coronillafolium 3055 Coronopifolium 3385 Cordycifolium 1212 Crassifolium 1362 Echinatum 1583 Elegans 281 Fragile 371 Grandiflorum 121 Incisum 671 Incrassatum 2464 Laciniatum 1312 Flo. Perp. 2043 Bicolor 2694 Linear 1933 Melananthum 2093 Oxalitifolium 3005 Pictum 1683 Pilosum 2594 Pinatum 3115 Primorsum 1503 Procumbens 2544 Punctatum 601 Quinquevulnerum 1142 Radiatum 2224 REFL Exum 2244 Reniform 1082 Revolutum 3545 Rosium 1733 Selenum 2394 Spathulatum 1523 Curviflow 2824 Tomentosum 1152 Undulatum 2925 Minor 3175 Gladiolus Elatus 81 Abbreviatus 1663 Blandus 992 Campanulatus 1883 Carnus 2404 Crispus 1422 Cuspidatus 1473 Pet. Crisp. 2194 Galeatus 1222 Gramínea 621 Grandiflorus 1182 Longiflorus 51 Nanus 1372 Orchidiflorus 2414 Plicatus 2684 Polystotia 664 Precox Flo. Rub. 381 Pyramidatus 3355 Ringensiin. Odor. 271 Multiflow. 2274 Undul. 2754 Roseus 111 Striatus 1112 Versicolor 191 Gloriosa Superba 1292 Nydia Leavigata 892 Appositifolia 2254 Pinifolia 521 Simplex 701 Gutanea Calendulacea 221 Ovida 681 Hemanthus multiflorus 3185 Hebenstracia aurea 2524 Heliconia Citisorum 1242 Helonia spulata 3525 Hemerocallis alba 1943 Ceruleus 61 Graminia 2444 Hermania pulverata 1613 Hibbertia volubilis 1262 Hibiscus mutabilis fluid PL 2284 Patersonius 2864 Hilia longiflora 1453 Houstonia coccinea 1062 Hyacinthus corymbosus 3455 Hypoxus Line Eris 1713 Obliqua 1953 Stellata 1012 Fluid alb 2364 Iris longifolia 451 Itea spinosa 3145 Ixia aristata 872 Bulbifer 481 Bulbocadium 1703 Capitata ovid 681 Fluid ore 501 Fluid al fun Nigeria 1593 Stellata 2324 Cinnamomea 441 Colomaris 2033 Versic 2113 Latifal 2133 Grandiflow 2504 Crispifolia fluid cerule 351 Crocata Nigeria Mac 1342 Fistulosa 591 Maculata 1963 minutes fluid per 2564 Polystotia 1553 Incar 1282 Punctata 1773 Pusilla 2454 Reflexa 141 Speciosa 1863 Spicata 291 Ixora pavita virid Nigeria 762 Jasminum gracile 1272 Jatropha pandurifolia 2674 Justicia lucida 3135 Locanalia fragrans 3025 Pendula 411 Purpureo cerule 2574 Pustulata 3505 Quadricolor 1483 Reflexa 2995 Rosia 2965 Lachnea iridocephala 1042 Purpurea 2935 Lambertia formosa longiflor 691 Lasiopetalum ferrugineum 2083 Leopinida 3555 Limonia trifoliata 1432 Lobelia coronopifolia 3395 Gracilis 3405 Pinifolia 2734 Magnolia fuscata 2294 Pumila 2264 Purpurea 3000 2245 Mahernia odorata 852 Malpighia crassifolia 491 Malva divaricata 1823 Reflexa 1352 Massonia scabra 2204 Violacea 461 Melaleuca coronata 2784 Ericifolia 1753 Hypericifolia 2003 Melanthium viride 2334 Mesembryanthemum glabrum 571 Metrasidera hirsuta 2814 Mimosa discolor 2354 Longifolia 2073 Stricta 531 Monzoniophilia 2764 Moria North Iana 2554 Tricolor 832 Musa coccinea 471 Nodea speciosa 31 Nymphaea cerulean 1973 Ordorata 2975 Stellata 3305 Olea apetala 3165 Offers Lilifolia 651 Orchis bicornis 3155 Celearis 421 Ornithogalum lacteum 2744 Odoratum 2604 Paeonia albiflora 641 Passiflora aurantia 2955 Melliformis 2174 Pergularia minor 1843 Odoratissima 1853 Persunia lanceolata 742 Persunia latifolia 2804 Linearis 772 Farnaceum linear 3265 Fluid alb 3295 Phaseolus caracalla 3415 Physical Alice prostrata 752 Pitcairnea latifolia 3225 Sulfurea 2494 Pitosporum coriaceum 1513 Platylobium lanceolatum 2053 Ovidum 2664 Scolopendrum 1913 Pagonia debilis 2123 Glaber 2834 Primula cordycoides 71 Protea anemonifolia 3325 Candicans 2945 Chordata 2895 Canaroides 2884 Decumbens 3495 Formosa 171 Globosa 3075 Glomerata 2644 Grandiflora FOLUND 3015 Logopus 2434 Longifolia nigra 1322 Fair Perp 1332 Conoturb 1442 Pinifolia 762 Pulchula 2704 Speciosa latifolia 1102 Nigra 1032 FOL Glab 2774 Spicata 2344 Triternata 3375 Umbellata 2484 Ceralia aculeata 1463 Pultinea dapnoides 982 Ilsifolia 3205 Rubiifolia 3315 Villosa 3095 Punica granatum fluid alb 962 Renial Myanudons 3605 Rhododendron doricum 41 Punctatum 361 Rolla decurrens 2384 Sagittaria lancifolia 3335 Samita cerulata 2023 Senecio pseudo China 2915 Septus capensis 902 Scotia speciosa 3485 Sephora capensis 3475 Soerbia junci 812 Sprenglia incarnata 21 Stachys coccinea 3105 Struthyla ciliata 1493 Fluid rub 1392 Imbricata 1332 Ovida 1192 Tomentosa 3345 Stifilia parviflora 2874 Triflora 721 Virides 3125 Tagetas lucida 3595 Talinum patens 2534 Thunbergia fragrans 1232 Asteria scandens 631 Vaccinium enum 1382 Arctostaphylos 301 Crassifolium 1052 Damasum 1122 Formosum 972 Frondosum 1402 Parviflorum 1252 Staminium 2634 Virgatum 1813 Verbiscum ferruginum 1623 Variacrenata 211 Vicia galligifolia 3195 Viola pedita 1533 Westeringia rosmarinacea 2143 Worm B capensis beta 2214 Xeranthemum argentum 3275 Fasciculatum 2424 Fluid alb 2794 Speciesissimum 511 Spiral 2624 Xylophila falcata 3315 Zinnia verticillata 1893 Violacea 551. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook The Botanist's Repository for New and Rare Plants, Vol. 05 of 10 updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a nonprofit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact. Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Back. 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 back, 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 back. Volume V of the Botanist's Repository Plate CLS6. Plate CCXC. Plate XI. Plate XKI. Plate XKIN. Plate XIV. Plate CCXCV. Plate XKV. Plate XKDI. Plate XKDIAth. Plate XVI. Plate CCC. Plate CCCI. Plate UCI. Plate UCIAth. Plate UCHIV. Plate CCCV. Plate UCV. Plate UCADI. Plate UCADIAth. Plate UCHIX. Plate CCCX. Plate UCSI. Plate UCSI. Plate UCSIEth. Plate UCSIV. Plate CCCXV. Plate UCAT. Plate UCATI. Plate UCATine. Plate UC6. Plate CCCXX. Plate UCTSI. Plate UCTSI. Plate UCTSIEth. Plate UCTSIV. Plate CCCXXV. Plate UCTSI. Plate UCTSI. Plate UCTSIAth. Plate UCT6. Plate CCCXXX. Plate UCT30. Plate UCT30. Plate UCT30eth. Plate UCT30. Plate CCCXXXV. Plate UC30. Plate UC30I. Plate UC38th. Plate UC36. Plate CCCXL. Plate UXLI. Plate UXLI. Plate UXLIene. Plate UXLIV. Plate CCCXLV. Plate UXLV. Plate UXLAI. Plate UXLAIAth. Plate UXLIX. Plate CCCL. Plate UCLI. Plate UCLI. Plate UCLIAth. Plate UCLIV. Plate CCCLV. Plate UCLV. Plate UCLAI. Plate UCLAIAth. Plate UCLIX. Plate CCCLX. Index to the plants contained in Vol. V. Errata. Alphabetical index to the first 2D. 3D 4th and 5th volume of the Botanist's Repository. The full Project Gutenberg license.